Torsten, want me to start? Hi. You good? Someone will bring you better tea coming. Okay, morning everybody. So we're starting a tiny bit late, but a massive welcome everybody to today's TUC Pensions Conference. My name's Kate Bell. I'm the Assistant General Secretary here at the TUC. And for those of you who were here last year, you'll see that Torsten Bell, no relation, and I are repeating our double act. We're very, very grateful to anyone who has come back for more. I definitely remember learning a lot about reservoirs last year, and also a little bit about pensions. To anyone who's here for the first time as well, thank you so much for coming, and thanks, of course, to all our brilliant speakers. So today is about reminding everyone why it's so important that workers and their unions have a strong voice in shaping pensions policy and how pensions are run. Of course, unions were founded to give voice and power to workers' aspirations. And we've always used that voice to fight for a decent retirement and the chance to enjoy the fruits of our labours. It's good to be here a year on and see that we're making real progress in many of our campaigns to see higher, more secure pensions. We've won those vital reforms to the local government pension scheme to reduce the gender pay gap. From next month, we'll have pension gap reporting in the scheme, and unpaid parental and adoption leave will be automatically pensionable. Those are steps that will help millions of women to build up decent pensions. We've seen work to build on the launch of that first collective DC scheme at the Royal Mail, going really fast, and we'll have more schemes rolled out soon. Again, delivering more stable, higher retirement income for workers. We've got that pension schemes bill in Parliament. That's going to introduce default retirement options in defined contribution schemes. And that basically means making sure that everyone has a safe way to turn the pension they've built up into an income. And we've really welcomed the launch of a pension commission to make recommendations to ensure the pension system is fair, adequate, and sustainable for future generations. That's something unions had long been calling for, and we really hope the Commission and those who it will report to, that's you, Torsten, will be bold in setting out a vision for a pension system that serves working people better. That means more coverage of low-paid and part-time workers, higher employer contributions, and schemes that deliver an income in retirement, not just a pot of money. And it's going to need to look at how to prevent rising old age poverty as the state pension age goes up, a change we've consistently opposed. If it's too late to avoid those increases, which begin next month, the government is going to have to act to protect people who can't work longer. So workers have raised our voices, we've pushed for a better pension system, and we are winning change. But it's vital our voices are heard when it comes to the governance and operation of schemes too. We've got that terrible example of what goes wrong when workers aren't listened to soon enough right now, with the virtual collapse of the administration of the Civil Service Pension Scheme. We've seen newly retired members forced into financial hardship, failing to receive their pensions, and forced to rely on emergency loans. It's a dire situation. It needs to be fixed and fast. and those members deserve proper compensation. But we also need to make sure this never happens again. Years of underinvestment and a series of misguided privatisation, opposed by unions, have left administrators unable to cope with the increase in activity. That civil service scheme was outsourced under the coalition government, and when the latest contract ended in December, there was a backlog of almost 90,000 cases. And then since the contract was taken over by Capita, that's grown by a staggering 50%. So while that civil service scheme is the worst example, administration across the rest of the public sector schemes is close to breaking point. So we're urging the government to listen to workers, tackle years of underinvestment, and bring the administration of all public sector schemes back in-house. Our voice needs to be stronger when it comes to the governance of private sector schemes too. We're going to talk more about that in the next session, but I think it is worth reminding everyone at this point that member voice in pension governance was introduced in response to the scandal of Robert Maxwell raiding the Daily Mirror's pension fund. And government recognised then that those who've got most to lose when things go wrong should be an integral part of making decisions about how schemes operate. We know the government's consulting on pension scheme governance right now, and as we have the Minister here, let's urge him to consider carefully just how important that member voice is in ensuring that the management of pension schemes is in the interests of their members. So we've won a lot in the last year, but let's not forget we're going to have to keep raising our voices, not just to fight for better, but to protect what we have. This year, Reform have stepped up their attacks on the pensions of public sector workers, and their proposals to replace unfunded public sector schemes with cheaper, inferior schemes are an attack on millions of nurses, teachers, and civil servants. They're deeply misleading, as the cost of these schemes is already falling. They're illogical, as they would hugely increase the cost of providing public sector pensions, while simultaneously making those schemes worse. And in seeking to raid the local government pension scheme to set up a sovereign wealth fund, they're seeking to pick the pockets of dedicated public servants who've worked tirelessly for their communities. So let nobody try and pretend that pensions aren't political, that these plans aren't simply another attempt by Reform to drive wedges between workers, or that we won't fight every step of the way to oppose their plans. I hope you'll be raising your own voices throughout the day to speak up for the interests of workers in the pensions system. And I know that everybody here is going to keep fighting for that decent retirement that we all deserve. I'd now like to introduce our first speaker and the person with the responsibility for delivering on that aspiration, Torsten Bell.
Thank you, Kate, and for everything you just said there. And it's always lovely to see you, although you're always very keen to stress that we're not related, which is a bit less good, if I'm honest. It'd be nice if you were like, oh, it's quite nice, people might think we're related. We're not related, but she doesn't need to protest quite so much. I at least am glad to be here, even if Kate isn't. A Labour pension minister goes to lots of pension conferences, but obviously coming to the TUCs is a particular treat each year. There is a lot going on in the world. I'm not going to talk about all of it, obviously, but there is a lot going on in pensions world as well. So let's focus on that mainly this morning. Can you all still hear me if I get rid of that? Good, very good. I'm going to do a little bit on the broader economy since we've decided to have TUC Pensions Conference in the same week as the spring forecast. Thank you very much again to the TUC for that. We didn't have enough on this week. It's very good of you to make sure my diary is as bad as possible. So let's do the economy first, and then we'll come to pensions, and then we'll have lots of time for questions on whatever anyone else wants to talk about. So, are the slides working? Yes, they are. Here we go. Right, we're moving through. Right, let's do the economy first. So the first thing to say is too often, I have one half of my life when I'm talking to people about economics, and then another half of the life talking about pensions, and it annoys me a bit that some people think these are different things, So the first thing this is not just me being indulgent and going to give you some charts about the economy. So my first chart is just to explain why, when we come to pensions, we should really care about the economy, okay? This is at the most basic level. So this is a chart showing you pensioners in absolute low income, right? So the most extreme, this is not relative poverty, which is what I would normally focus on. This is showing you the kind of poverty that should just go down every single year as the economy grows, okay? That's what you saw. This is pensioner poverty. That's what you saw happening under the last Labour government. Pensioner poverty, remember, halved under the last Labour government. Not entirely, but almost all because of the introduction of pension credit. They're giving an income floor to the poorest pensioners. It stops falling. Now, this happens to be a 2010 measurement of absolute poverty, but it doesn't matter what I used. Any measure of low income for pensioners, the chart looks like this. Okay. Now, why is this happening? Right, remember, that absolute poverty line it stops going down, even though the Tories keep banging on about the triple lock. Okay. So the thing I want to make people sure we understand is that the big problem that happened from 2010 under the Tory government was lack of growth, lack of wage growth, completely flat wages. Right. Towards the end, prices rising too fast. That's why you see absolute poverty actually rising, which again, when I was got involved in this business 20 years ago, I would have said was basically impossible to happen. So big economic failures, no GDP growth in the last parliament per capita, falling actual household incomes, disposable incomes under the last parliament, wages flat in Swansea, where I'm the representative, from 2008 right the way through to the 2020s. That does affect pensioners. And it doesn't just affect future pensioners, who I'm going to come back to, i.e. workers saving today for pensions. It does actually end up affecting actual pensioners, in lots of cases because maybe they have earnings-related pensions. There's loads of ways it can happen, but it obviously affects the public services people rely on and the rest. So all I would say is some of the people are like, these people are working, these people are not. The economy only matters to the ones that are not working. That is garbage, right? The economic failure of the last 15 years has been bad for everyone. That was a very long way of saying, don't elect Tories. Now, let's move on to some specifics, having hopefully convinced you that it does actually matter. So broadly, let's just think about the last week. I'm just going to show you some of the data from the spring forecast. So first of all, household finances, because that's where I'd started. This is focusing on inflation. This is the 11% spike we saw after the invasion of Ukraine. What this is showing you can't really see it up close here, is that inflation is coming down now faster than we were expecting in the autumn. The measures taken in the budget to knock particularly money off energy bills would knock 0.4% off the inflation rate. The OBR's forecast this week show it falling to target around 2.1% inflation by Q2 of this year, so significantly earlier than previously thought. And those of you paying energy bills, I hope that's all of you, they are going to see energy bills fall in April by about £117 for the typical household. That does obviously not mean that we're insulated from the mess that is going on in the world. No one's hiding that. But that doubles down on the case for focusing on having got energy bills down, right? Making those policy changes. Remember, the eco scheme that we scrapped, that the Tories put in place, was meant to be a fuel poverty scheme, but cost 98% of people in fuel poverty more than it saved them. Right, so that is what it is about. Putting loads of costs onto those energy bills has been regressive over the last few years. So we need to make sure we're supporting household finances. If you looked at wage data, it would show you that wages grew more under this government to date than they did in the entire first decade of the Conservatives. Now the Conservatives might say that's just because of train drivers. It is garbage, even in the private sector. Right, that is what has happened overall. Right, let's look at public finances. This is an OBR chart. Right, this is a bit harder to see probably, but the blue line here, I'm going to tell you two things about this. The blue line is giving you the UK, and this is borrowing, so headline levels of borrowing, right? And it's telling you two things. It's telling you that in every single year of the Conservative government, they borrowed more than the G7 average. Always remember that. These people bang on about, we did austerity and destroyed the public services so that we could have lower borrowing and debt. It is garbage, right? They managed to destroy all the public services and stuff up the public finances. They won on every measure of disaster. And this is showing you on borrowing what they did. They borrowed more every single year. This year, we will borrow less than the G7 average for the first time in over 2 decades in Britain. The borrowing's falling 0.9% this year. That's because we have made some difficult choices. I'm sure there's some tax rises people would rather not have. But if you want the NHS saved and you want resilient public finances because you know the world is messy, because you're a bunch of adults rather than a bunch of kids that ended up running the country with a leg, then this stuff matters. This is not a game. If you want to be able to deliver support for people when bad things happen in the world, we have to have resilient public finances. That is what we are. That is what we are delivering at the same time as delivering the money to rescue the NHS. Why are NHS waiting lists fallen? Because of the tax rises. You can't support NHS being rescued and oppose the tax rises. I even hear some people in the Labour Party sometimes saying that. Government is not a pick and mix strategy, right? It's the overall strategy that matters, okay? And you can't have the goodies without supporting some of the other stuff. And everyone in the Labour movement should have always known that. I'm just giving you a very subtle reminder. Did you notice? Good. Right. Now, on the wider economic strategy, what is the big picture? This is what I said to you last year. The big picture is Britain needs to be a higher investment country. So I'm just going to give you a bit of good news on that front. This is showing you whole economy investment. So this is public and private investment. One fact to have in your head. Since the Labour government was formed, we have seen the second highest investment growth in the G7, 4.4% investment growth, public and private. That is 4 times the investment growth seen in France and Germany. Okay, that matters. In the long run, if we want wages to rise, one of the ways that happens is that we invest in our future. It also builds reservoirs, which, as Kate said, is very important. I'm not going to repeat all my favourite reservoir facts, but not building reservoirs is like one of my favourite proof points of Britain not taking itself seriously. The second is that Kemi Badenoch exists. Right, anyone here on the Today programme this morning? Did anyone listen to it? Go back and listen and see what has happened to British politics. There is a woman calling for military action with no idea what purpose she is calling it for, what action she actually wishes to see, rather than just more or something that Trump asked for, and with no apology for the fact that it's their choices about defence spending that have led defence capabilities in Britain to be where they are. It is a total indictment of everything they stand for as serious people, which is they're not serious. Right, I mentioned that most of us as today's workers are aiming to be tomorrow's pensioners. I certainly am, ideally as soon as possible. But that means that employment rates matter. So I'm showing you this chart, partly with a bit of honesty and then partly with just a challenge to how people talk about it. So this is aggregate employment rates, 16-year-olds to 64-year-olds over the course of this century. Focus on, now if you read the Telegraph and the Mail, you probably think there is nobody left working in Britain, right? Look at the right-hand side. Employment rates today in Britain are 75%. How many years pre-pandemic, in the 100 years before the pandemic, were more people working than were in 2025? Who's got an idea? Anyone? How many years have been higher than basically today? This is more fun if you actually engage. 4? None. 2. The answer is 2. When people tell you nobody is working in Britain, what they are telling you is that they are a moron. Okay? We've almost never had a higher employment rate today, but we do have the labour market challenge. It is specifically about young people, and that fall you see under the Tories is almost all about young people. Not entirely, but almost all. All of the increase in NEET rates, not in education, employment and training, the Tories talk about now, over 90% of that rise happened under their watch. So they're right to say there's a moral disaster going on. We do have to change some of our systems to make sure we get more young people in work. That is why we're guaranteeing jobs for those that are young people that are long-term unemployed, because I want that employment rate to be even higher, because I want better off people workers today, and I want better off pensioners tomorrow, which requires them to be workers today. But don't believe everyone that says, like, no one's working, the benefit system's totally out of control. Like, it is not connecting with the actual data. And it distracts us from the real problem, which is what's going on with young people, and yes, what's happened with the benefit system the Tories have created that left loads of millions of people written off as too sick to work, and then loads of children too poor to eat. And we are dealing with both those parts of the problem they left us. Shall we get to pensions? Hey, that's the first time that's ever happened. Pensions are exciting. I think you're right, and the rest of the world is wrong. Pensions are exciting. So let's just do a bit of, there is a pension schemes bill going through the House of Lords right now. It will be, without prejudging the full democratic, or in the case of the House of Lords, not democratic process, it will reach royal assent in the next few months. People say pensions is a kind of a steady, boring business. There is a lot going on. I promise you I'm not going to talk about everything that is going on in the pensions world. This is like giving you the broad brush headlines of what's in the pension schemes bill, but lots of you will know about that. So I'll just focus on a few of the highlights so we can get some actual questions in. So what are the things the bill is doing, which is the DC mega funds and on the LGPS pools and a bit on DB super funds, is moving our pensions landscape towards a world of fewer and bigger pension schemes. This is showing you the consolidation that was already taking place in the DC market. This is the number of DC schemes, and this is over time. So the consolidation has basically been going on ever since auto-enrollment was created. So remember, loads of people brought into pension savings initially into a large number of schemes. We're then seeing a consolidation of that over time. That was always expected to happen, but we are accelerating that in a number of ways. On the LGPS, who's involved in the LGPS like day to day? Okay, well then you all know what is going on, but there's a longer term trend towards a pooling within the LGPS. We have merely kind of got to the end stage a bit quicker than maybe it would have got there anyway, which is 6 pools in place over the course of the next few months, managing the assets for all of our administering authorities. And then in the private sector pension space, the mega funds proposals move all multi-employer schemes to being at least £25 billion worth of assets under management. You can't be a small pension scheme broadly anymore. Why? Costs are too high, ability to invest in a diverse range of assets is too low, stresses on governance are harder to manage, and like a slightly less common argument, but I think that is important, which is active ownership is a really important part of good capitalism. And we have lacked it for quite a long time. One of the reasons is not having pension schemes that are big enough to actually be active owners of the things that they take stakes in, whether those are reservoirs or anything else as we go. Now, one of the effects of moving to bigger pension schemes is that the governance stresses on those smaller number of schemes are just really important. It really matters whether those are well-run schemes. It matters because we're aiming to deliver good returns for loads of savers, right? That's what they're for. They're not for something else. So the governance really matters. There's another reason why governance matters more at the moment, which is lots of schemes, particularly in the DB world, are having to do new things. Right? Nobody 10 years ago was trying to work out what would they do if a surplus turned up. Right? Suddenly, and this is a good problem to have, I prefer it to the old problem, which is, oh my God, like what do I do about that large deficit? But it involves, to do it well, does involve new questions, new skills, probably new people, and all the rest. So governance really matters. We've recently, I won't go into the weeds of it, as Kate's already mentioned it, but we've launched a consultation on some governance questions, actually not just on trustees, also on administration. And pensions administration is really important. Like when I'm going around pension schemes, some ministers always joke. I have colleagues of mine. You know, if you're the Foreign Office, you go for a ministerial visit to the Galapagos Islands. I go to Leeds to visit pension administrators. I know who the real winner is in that. But when you're in if you're in a pension scheme or an administrator, you're talking to people often. These people are talking to people who've been bereaved, or they're at the other end and they're trying to start drawing down a pension. These are big moments in people's lives. Administration does matter. I'm painfully aware of the challenges and the mess the Tories left on the civil service pension scheme. We obviously have that ourselves in DWP as employers, never mind as the government responsible for some of this. So we do need to, if anyone hasn't fed into consultation, please make sure you do. Better governance is really, really important. So is better returns. So I'm just using this number, 29,000, is a estimate of the impact on a pension pot from the pension schemes bill if an average earner saved over their lifetime in automatic enrolment. Right? This is because compound interest is really important. Like small increases in average returns within a pension system make a massive difference over 40 years. Right? That's why and that is applied, and that I think we all need to have that in our head. When we say, sounds like a technical point, net returns matter in a DC landscape, you can't put too much weight on it. In a DB world, it was the employer's problem, right, if the returns weren't there. It is not anymore. It is the saver's problem if we don't deliver good returns, and we have basically mandated people to save into their pensions. So it is on us as the government to make sure they get returns. That's why it's important we deliver the value for money framework, which says you can't be a badly performing pension scheme year after year. You will be out of business. It's why we're saying we will introduce the small pots policy to make sure we're not having high costs within the system of managing kind of 10 pots for one individual that are too subscale, that cost more to administer than the actual interest they're earning. Like that kind of thing does need sorting out. That is what the bill is doing. And on small pots in general, there's just another thing, which is, we want good pensions. Good pensions most importantly means adequate pensions, but it also means they need to be understandable. Like people do not want a pensions landscape that is so complicated you need to be an actuary to engage with it. This is somebody using the dashboard. I've actually seen the dashboard now. Yes, seen it. I didn't look at my own pension situation because that would have been depressing. But it actually exists. There are 700 schemes connecting. We are on track on that side of it. 60 million records. The user testing is now well underway to make sure we're learning from that. Because remember, it's not just the IT that needs to work. We need to make sure that when people actually do have access to it, it delivers the right results, like good results, not bad results. So we are doing all of that. We need to make sure people don't get ripped off and the rest. But I am pleasantly optimistic about recent developments. That doesn't mean it's all guaranteed to be plain sailing, but it's nice to actually see something. So I thought I should bring you that news, given that you're a bunch of cynics. That I have actually seen this thing and it exists. Right, now, as well as not being perplexing, small pots, get rid of the small pots, make sure people can actually see their pensions in one place so they can plan. Remember, the state pension is now on the dashboard as well. It will be when they can see it, but it is. And it is connected. We also need pensions to actually be pensions. And I think this is one of the things that has got forgotten in the last 15 years. Why did lots of the policy mistakes of the last 15 years in the pensions world happen? Even if you put yourself in the shoes of those doing them and think they were reasonable people, I don't, but let's put ourselves in their shoes and say they were reasonable people. It's because they got confused about what they were actually doing. Right? They basically thought they were just overseeing another thing called a savings pot. Happened to be called a pension, but it's the same as an ISA. These are just savings pots. We don't need to worry about anything else. Right, that's all they're for. As much freedom as possible. Don't worry about anything else. Which does make kind of sense if you're rich. For really well-off people, pensions and savings and housing's wealth and other financial wealth are more fungible. It matters much less. That is not true for middle earners and for lower income households, where we do need to provide that income through retirement securely. That is what we're in the business of doing, and you cannot do that on an individual basis. Or you can, you'll provide a very low income. Or you'll have to save a hell of a lot, right? So we're in the business of pensions. This chart is just showing you what you've seen probably before. Just focus on the orange line. It's telling you basically most people who access a DB pension, about half of them are just taking it all as cash, right? So that's not a pension. Now, not all of that should concern us right now, because lots of people, say you've got a big LGPS pension and a small DC pension, then I don't mind you taking, it's fine taking your small DC pot as cash if it's only a few grand. Might even make sense, probably does make sense. But in 15 years' time, we can't be in a situation where the norm is just taking the whole thing as cash. That will be a very bad outcome from a whole host of perspectives. That's why the Pension Schemes Bill requires DC schemes to provide default pensions. We are not going to be get to retirement, we've done it all automatically for you, and now you need to become an absolute expert to work out what to do. Default pensions will be legally required in the next few years. People say politics doesn't make a difference. It's going to make a big difference to pensions, just on that. And by the way, even on the maths, that also contributes to the higher returns. Stopping this stupid world where people lifestyle out of any growth savings years before they get to retirement because you're worried people could just take it all as cash is costing us all a lot of money. And remember, the way I would think about the system is everyone says, oh, people aren't on course for an adequate retirement, so let's whack up the savings rates. We should discuss the savings rates, but the first question is people aren't on course for an adequate retirement. What are we doing to make sure for every pound they are saving now, they're getting the absolute best value for that pound? And that's what the default pensions are about. That's what the value for money is about. Two, if you're going to be in the default pensions world, you need options and innovation about how that's done. There are lots of different ways in which you could do that. You'll see lots of people offering drawdown and then annuities or fixed incomes later in life. Fine. Some people may offer CDCs instead. Well done to the Royal Mail, 140,000 employees in their CDC scheme. What have we done this year? A lot. So we've also, as well as celebrating Royal Mail, we've introduced multi-employer CDC regulations. So people can now establish multi-employer CDCs. They are starting to do it. And then we will later this year bring forward the legislation that allows retirement CDCs to exist. So you've saved your money up in a normal DC scheme and you buy into a CDC scheme at the point of retirement. So we are getting on with putting our money where our mouth is in enabling those innovations to actually happen rather than get talked about. And then just to wrap up, look, we shouldn't forget what's gone well. This is showing you savings rates being driven up by automatic enrolment. You all know this, 88% of people who are eligible for automatic enrolment savings. We haven't seen a huge increase in dropout rates during the cost of living crisis. We saw much higher savings rates than were predicted before automatic enrolment was created. Very good news. What is the less good news? 88% of the eligible population. How much of the overall population is that? Come on, again, let's have some guessing team. 88% of the eligible. That's dangerously close, not very helpful if it's the first answer. But it's the thought that counts, and at least you gave us an answer. Right, let's go through why that is the right answer. 88% automatic enrolment eligible. All employees drops down to 80 because low earners are not included. Then we get to all workers, which is knocking out the self-employed. Remember, only 20% of the self-employed are now saving into a pension. That's a catastrophe. And then if we get to all working age, we're down to 55%. But we'll give this guy a point because that's a rounding error from 60. Now, what are we doing about that? Reigniting the Pensions Commission. So that is the job of the Pensions Commission. We cannot have a situation where today's pensioners are currently on track to have an 8%, retirees in 2050 are on track to have an 8% lower private pension than those retiring now. Right? That is not what success looks like. That is our job. There's no electoral points for me sorting that out, but we are not going to be in a situation where we have not sorted what's going to happen in 2050 today. That is the job of the Pensions Commission. They'll be reporting in 2027, and we will get on with acting. I've never knowingly been accused, despite what Kate disgracefully said, for not being in favour of lots of action, much of it radical. That will be the case here as well, because there is nothing more important to people than having the opportunity of a retirement. Like, what does social democracy deliver? Public services, housing for all, and the existence of retirement for ordinary workers, right? That is what social democracy in the 20th century delivered, and we're going to make damn sure all of that carries on in the 21st. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Torsten, and not just for coming and speaking, but actually for all the work that is going in behind that huge list of action. We are running late, but we have got a bit of time for questions. I think we can keep the Minister for 10 minutes, so I'm going to take 2 rounds of 3. I will start with the green jacket here.
Hi, just wanted to ask you, what are you going to do?
Oh, Mike's coming.
Can you just say, if you've got an affiliation somewhere, can you just mention it as well?
And name.
And name, yeah, even.
A human being and everything.
No, Fidelma Liz Oscar, and I was formerly with the British Dental Association, and I'm now retired. So,
Congratulations.
well, it's not actually.
Oh, no. I walked straight into that.
Because sadly, there is a real problem with the pension admin scheme.
Yeah.
So we had a capita hack, so my ID was stolen. I accidentally got paid double, and I had to pay back a chunk of that.
Yeah.
That got sorted. And now I'm stuck in this McLeod remedy. And 3 years on, nobody can answer the question when I'm going to get sorted out. I notice the police are far ahead because they've actually got a McLeod compensation scheme as well for any financial or tax losses. And as NHS staff, we haven't even heard of that. So please, can we have a look at the financial governance and admin of the public sector pension schemes? More staff need to be employed because I know the staff work hard, and it has to be fixed because otherwise what we're seeing 3 years on, younger people coming up getting their full pensions, so you've potentially got a further discrimination case.
We can just wrap the question up at this point.
Female and disabled as well.
Thank you.
Please fix it.
Fab. I'll go question here.
Hello, my name's Alan Marnes. I'm a member of the Financial Assistance Scheme and the Pensions Action Group. I'll say I've been coming to these events for the last goodness knows how many years. You talk about your reservoirs. I'm one of those that are in a prolonged drought. So I'm a member of the Financial Assistance Scheme. and I can assure delegates here that it's no fun being a pensioner. I'm now living on half of the pension that I paid for. The government keep telling us that the financial assistance scheme is funded from government funds, but they conveniently forget that £2 billion was passed over to the government when this scheme was set up. And here I am now, 23 years later, still fighting for the pension I paid for. I know there is things going through the House of Lords at the moment, and Lord Davis has really championed our cause, but we want the pensions we're paid for, and we're still waiting. Many of our over 50,000 people in the financial assistance schemes have passed away without having their full pension. How are you going to help us?
Great, thank you. And then a question at the back there, I think, next to Jack.
Good morning, Neil Walsh, Pension Officer with Prospect. The government should be congratulated for the action it's taken to close the gender pensions gap in the local government's pension scheme. I know there's going to be a session about that later, but does the Minister have any thoughts about whether the same policies could be extended to the other main public service pension schemes as well?
Great, I'll let you take those three, Torsten, and we'll see if we have time for three more.
I think that's right. On the first question, so I think there's two things within that. Both are really important. So the first is just across the whole pension industry. This is not just this is public and private. We've just got to take the administration business more seriously. Some of more seriously means how much attention it gets from trustees. There is a challenge, if I'm being kind to all of trustees, which is the market is concentrated. And there's two problems with a competitive market in this world. Not enough players, and it is very hard to move provider. And so trustees repeatedly say to me, it is very difficult for them, when they are getting a bad service or problems are developing, their ability to solve that is weak. So I think that is one that we're wrestling with. Again, the consultation that we've launched covers on some of those. I appreciate it does not help you right now, having dealt with the consequences of that, with a system that didn't have sufficient cybersecurity. McLeod is obviously a related but separate problem, and it's like a good idea why governments shouldn't pass legislation that their lawyers have told them will end up losing in court. And we all end up living with the consequences of that. But I mean, it's a good lesson. Like, when I'm joking about a bunch of jokers... Well, that's totally right, you should want that. So the structural answer is the pension schemes are administering it themselves. Like, DWP does not run public sector pensions, as you're well aware. What I am doing is, I'm about to write to them again all on this, is to make sure we are holding people's feet to the fire on the pace of delivery, because I'm well aware, you are not the only person raising with me the challenges. It does vary across schemes, but if I'm honest, it's not acceptable in any of them. So it's not like there's this one that's really great and then, the NHS is a problem. Like, the McLeod problem is just totally unacceptable. I have it in my other half of my job on the tax side as well, for some of the people with particularly larger pensions. So, you're just right, and we need to make sure we are cracking through that. But as you say, so I'm not going to pretend to you it's going to get solved tomorrow, because we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people. But we are working them through them. It's another one where just there was no discussion of just doing the basics of government well, and 15 years of that, I'm afraid, has consequences, and that is what we are all dealing with. Alan, I've met with lots of people in the FAS and the PPF, obviously, including the campaigners groups you've mentioned. Unlike previous pensions ministers, and unlike them, we are doing something. So for those of you not in those schemes, there are a number of issues, but the biggest issue is about the indexation of people who had accruals before 1997 within those schemes, who have seen, particularly in the last few years, inflation erode the real value of those pensions. And there's a reason why, when we come to default pensions, what's another reason to have default pensions? So there is actually a plan for thinking about inflation. Yeah? That's not what people talk about. They're like, let's just leave it all and see what happens, right? Humans do not buy inflation protection, because we don't do that kind of things. What is the other kind of protection people don't buy if you leave it to themselves? Spousal protection. If you walk in, go and ask an annuity provider. When people walk into them and say, I would like an annuity, they don't want the inflation protection so often. But when they're asked, would you like 15 grand a year without any protection for your spouse, or 10 grand with protection for your spouse, you do not want to know what proportion asked for the second. Turns out we are quite selfish. But on the PPF, we are legislating. We will have indexation of pre-97 accruals within the PPF and FAS where the original scheme provided from that. There is consensus in the House of Lords as well, so this will go through. It does not solve the problem. I'm very well aware of that. I'm not promising that I can undo the fact that previous pension ministers didn't do this back, in your case, 20 years ago, but in some other cases less than that. But still, that is what people would reasonably prefer. I understand that. And all I can say to you is we face all the constraints I mentioned about balancing lots of other competing priorities. And so this is what I've managed to deliver. And it's more than any other pensions minister has done. But it's completely right that you keep lobbying me for more. And Neil is absolutely right on, yes, one, on being nice to us about what's happened in the LGPS. And then separately, to be saying we should all be thinking on what else matters on the gender pension gap, because the state pension gap is now almost complete. Gender gap is now almost complete. It is basically now totally closed. So the new state pension, if you want to be nice to the Tories, has removed the pension gap, state pension gap between men and women, which is a really big deal because look who is poorest. Who are the poorest pensioners in our country? 90-year-old women, right, under the old system. That problem for future generations has been solved, but it definitely hasn't been solved in the private pension space or in some other parts of the public sector. That's what we should all be thinking about.
Right, I think you can do one more round.
Yep, go.
So I had a question at the front. If you still want to ask it, please can people keep their questions really, really brief. Is it gone? We'll go behind you then. Here. Thanks, Anjum.
Hi, hello. Mona Dola, I'm a journalist, NUJ member as well, and I've got a question about the LGPS specifically. So it's good to see some progress being made. What I'm concerned about is what the TUC is flagging today is member representation. So in the draft guidance for the pension bill that's coming up now, it looks like member representation opportunities are really being scaled back, and there isn't really something embedded with how members can be represented at pool level. And with power, investment power being shifted more towards the pools, there is a concern of lack of democratic accountability. To give a specific example is pressure for divestment around Gaza, for example, or fossil fuels. It seems to be now near impossible at fund level to implement divestment policies. Is that a concern? Like, how would you address that concern?
Great, thank you. I think I had a question just in front of you, so I'll take that one, and then I'll come to the front here. I'm afraid I'm rewarding people who were keen and sat at the front.
I'm Julie Driver. I've been on the Croydon Council Pension Committee for the past 20 years, which is when I retired. And I can't believe I'm asking this question, but
here we are.
But here we are, still with this problem. Clearly, in the LGPS, the majority of people who are in the scheme are women, and the majority of women are looking at a pension of a few £1,000s a year. But still, we have this ongoing issue. We have obviously many people who are WASPy women, and we still have the WASPy issue. And I can't believe it, because the Labour government committed themselves to paying the women. This should be a problem that should be long gone and should no longer be on the agenda and causing problems. Anyway, that's me.
Great, thank you. And then just a question here, right at the front.
Yeah, Bernard Casey, semi-retired academic. I think it was a very quick question. You didn't say anything about mandation and mandation options. Can you explain a bit more about who you might mandate, why, when, and where? Thank you.
Okay, well, let's do that one really quickly. The answer is I don't think we're going to need to mandate anybody. The background here is it is one of the reasons for being for building bigger schemes is what I said earlier, which is a diversification of investment approaches. And in particular, the UK's pension system stands out for being underinvested in private assets, broadly defined, very broadly defined. So like anything not public, basically, infrastructure, venture capital, the rest. Now, the entire industry basically recognises that, and are all coming together to say, yeah, we are going to have to think about how we change in the years ahead. And they're getting on. I mean, I see a pension chief exec every week. Everybody's getting on with building their capacity to do that. That is what they've all collectively committed to with the Mansion House Accord. It will happen. The power in the pension bill only exists to make sure it does. Because everyone is saying that is in members' interests, and then occasionally they say, but there's a collective action problem if one of us feels like we are under competitive pressure not to do it because we think it can keep down our costs at the price of lower returns for savers. And I'm not having net returns not being the thing that matters most. And so that is the only purpose for the power. It's a load of, I read a load of nonsense from clickbait journalists. Not that all journalists would ever do that, particularly not the NUJ ones. It is garbage that we are in any way going to be ever mandating anyone to invest in any specific scheme. It's total nonsense. On Jill's question, Jill, I'm just going to give you an honest answer, which is, this whole thing, the dragging on thing is, you're totally right, is part of the problem. I think it's just really important to be clear about what we are and aren't discussing, okay? I've got an aunt that's a WASPy woman, right? When I talk to her about it, what she's actually talking about is the increase in the pension age, full stop. That is what she's actually angry about. And I get hundreds of letters. That is what the overwhelming majority are about. And most of that, not all, some of it is people that just don't believe you should ever have equalised the state pension age. So I just don't agree with those people, right? But some people do think that, right? Or they think it should have been equalised down to 60. That's just cuckoo land, right? So it's good to be honest where we disagree. I don't agree with those people. There's another set of people that think the Tories and Lib Dems should not have accelerated the increases in 2011 with no notice. Like, some people just got 5 years' notice of those changes. That I completely agree with. I was running the Labour Party's policy directorate then. We opposed it, voted against it. I've always been opposed to it, right? But that is not, that question is not what the Ombudsman was looking at, right? That is, the Ombudsman just looked at a very narrow question, which is what is the effect of sending some letters in a particular time period, okay? And and some campaign groups have focused on that because they hadn't won in court and some other things. If I'm honest, I think the whole thing has been like a disastrous clarity with people. So I want to be really clear. We can't spend. I need to protect the state pension and rescue the NHS. Right? In that world, is anyone able to provide £60 billion to undo the consequences of raising the state pension age? No. No one should ever have pretended they were. Every door I've knocked on, anyone's ever asked me to, I've been very clear with every WASPy woman in Swansea about what is possible and what is not. The Ombudsman stuff is a complete sideshow to that, right? Where there's just a legal process to go through about what do we actually think the impact of particular letters. But the reason why people are really pissed off, including, I agree, what you're saying about 20 years and my aunt, is because people are actually angry about having had to wait 3 years or 4 years to retire, of which I would be exactly the same, but that is nothing, 6 in your case, yeah, it's different for different people, but that is a different thing, and I'm not going to pretend to you, like if you just make me say, have I got £60 billion to undo the effects of increase of time age? No, because the NHS needs saving.
For the compensation, would that be 60 billion?
Yeah, to undo the effect of the rising the state pension age, yes.
We're not going to do interactive.
It would. But anyway, but I agree with you on dragging on. We should always be really clear what it is and isn't about. The thing that is being discussed is about a narrow question about letters, about a particular date, and whether those lead to a particular loss for a wide enough range of people that you could plausibly provide compensation. That would be £3 to £10 billion. But there, my view is the things people have talked about as options would not target the people that actually were affected. So that's just a more technical question. On the emotional point about the wider thing, I totally understand. 2011 was a mistake. We will never change the state pension age with short periods of notice like they put in place. On Mona's point on member representation, we've gone good on you for lots of years. I'm a bit more positive than I think how you put it, which is, remember, what the key thing is the investment strategy. Right, the pooling. What matters for pooling is the management of assets. Right, it's a management exercise. What matters for the investment strategy, that is not happening at the pool level. That's happening at the administering authority level. Right, that's where the decision about what the balance between different asset classes, what you want to do about your ESG policy is happening. That's why all the strengths of the LGPS that do exist at that level, and including member representation, but also local democracy and all the rest, that is all happening there. That is why we've structured it in the way. Some people wanted to just get rid of the administering authorities and just do everything at the pool level. That is why we have not, for exactly the reason you are raising. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't keep thinking about what is the input to the decisions of the pool. It's a fair point to raise. I'll be interested in people's views on that more generally. But all I would say is I see some people talking as if there are no administering authorities. I'm like, they've got a massively important job, right? They've got to set the investment strategy. And that, by the way, look at what drives returns in pension schemes is the investment strategy far more than anything else. So the single biggest decision that needs making is happening at the level of, that is not bothering, I'm just not having them being ripped off by like a squillion consultants going to every single administering authority and selling them a load of nonsense, which if I'm honest, has happened too often. So that, yeah, but that's a decision. They can set their ESG strategy, but I basically just don't agree because they are in charge of the investment strategy and they're in charge of what their ESG policy is. Well, that's a slightly separate question, but that's now 3 questions. And the rest. And then just more broadly, just to wrap up, like there's a load going on in pensions at the moment. And like obviously in Westminster world, we focus on pensions as pensions policy. But the important thing about pensions is that it's a massive ecosystem, not just with the savers, but with the trustees, the companies involved. It's huge. And so one thing I was going to say is it's just good to see a load of people who are actually engaged in it, because in the end, we're setting policy knowing that almost all of the action is happening by people out there, whether as trustees or everything else doing it. So like keep engaged. 20 years is nowhere near enough. At least you're going to get to like 50 at least before you've done your job. Very good. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you very much. See you later.
Thank you, everybody, for your questions. I'm really sorry we couldn't take more, but we are quite over time. We're going to move straight on to our next panel, which is about launching our report, Member Voice in Pension Scheme Governance. I'm going to ask panellists to come and sit up here for a minute, and then I'll introduce you. And in fact, while you come and sit on the stage, I will introduce our panellists. So just coming up to the stage now, we have Daniela Silcock, and Daniela has written the really excellent report, which I think you've all received as part of your meeting papers. She's an independent pensions researcher. She was formerly head of policy research at the Pensions Policy Institute and can be found blogging as the Pensions Goth. We also have Paul Norris. Paul's pension officer at the RMT. The RMT, as you'll know, nominates trustees to several multi-employer schemes, including the Railways Pension Scheme. I don't know if anyone watches Industry, BBC series, but had a niche reference to the Railways Pension Scheme the other day, which really pleased me, Paul. You have to check that out. And also has 30 years' experience as a member-nominated trustee. And then we're expected to be joined by Des Healy, who hasn't been able to make it yet. So what we're going to do is Daniela's going to present the report and the findings. I'll bring Paul in for some discussion about that, and then we'll have a discussion and questions. And I think we will aim to finish around kind of 11:40, so we make up a bit of a time and still allow you to get a coffee break. So Daniela, over to you.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, I'm just putting a timer on myself so I don't go over.
This is good. We can have a self-chairing panel.
Hello, everybody. Lovely to see you all. I'm really excited to be here because I think this is such an important topic. Oh, no, I've gone too far. There we go. I think it's important to recognise a few things before we delve into this, which is that we're seeing a decline in member representation on pension trustee boards, but that is not actually an intentional policy. It's a function of things that we're seeing in the landscape and the economy, and a lack of policy intervention rather than an intentional intervention. The second thing is the reason, the justification for member representation hasn't changed, and in fact, we can still see that there are a lot of benefits associated with member representation. The reason that it hasn't been pushed so much as we're seeing schemes consolidate, as we're seeing the growth of multi-employer, pooling of LGPS, is because it is thought, and this is what has been said, that it's harder to have member representation in multi-employer schemes because you don't have as much of a stable member base to represent. But as you'll find as we go through the research, we've actually found that in other countries where they have very large multi-sector, multi-employer schemes, they do manage to maintain member representation. So some of this is also about saying, well, what can we learn from other countries? What does that mean for what we can do here? So just to say, what we did for this was some desk research looking at what we know about member representation, what kind of trustee surveys have been out there, and where the value is. And then we interviewed 16 member and employer trustees to find out where they saw the value. And some of those were international trustees who were able to help us understand what was happening in other countries and how we could take those lessons and apply them here. So I think it's really crucial, as I said, to recognize that the reason we have member trustees hasn't changed. Prior to 1994 or 95, when this was all made legal, we still had member trustees on boards, but those were usually due to union agreements. But it was when we started having scandals such as Maxwell and pension funds being raided that the government got a good commission together to say, what should we do? And one of the things they said was, look, we need a safeguard. We need somebody from the scheme or from the employee base on the board saying, I'm here to make sure there is no fraud. And it's not just safeguarding against fraud, it's also safeguarding against risky behavior. And I have to say, I have to caveat, other trustees I don't think are poor intentioned. I think that most trustees believe and are to some extent acting in the best interests of members, but they may not always notice the same things that member trustees will notice. And I think we all know that if you're coming from the financial sector, you might get very excited about a new scheme, and it's actually really helpful to have a member trustee there saying, this is all well and good, but are we putting people's money at risk too much? So safeguarding is the key role. The others are really important too, member focus. So when we interviewed the trustees, time and again, what we found was they said, look, again, everybody had really good intentions, but they didn't necessarily understand the kinds of issues that members were facing day to day or how their decisions translated into member experience. And member trustees were able to come and say, people don't know how to use this process. People are waiting for too long when they want to talk to the call center. People don't know how to apply for death benefits. And actually, that one came up quite a lot. I think it's quite complicated and also a very stressful and tricky situation. So actually, having a member trustee who understands the issues members face and can say, let's think about this, is really crucial to good governance. And we did see that impact of member trustee or representatives wasn't just around returns. It was around communications and processes and understanding what mattered to members. Also, I'm really happy Torsten talked about the fact that the government is looking at pension scheme governance. I know that the pensions regulator is getting wanting particularly to focus on culture within boards. Because while you can regulate your heart out, if people aren't behaving in a collegiate way, in a way that encourages challenge, in a way that is collaborative, you're not going to have good board decisions. And one of the key factors here is what we would call cognitive diversity or diversity of thought and experience. And this is something members bring time and time again. They have different experiences than the other trustees who are maybe coming from business or the financial sector. And that means that they're able to challenge common assumptions or groupthink that the board operates on. And that's really key for ensuring that people actually continue to question why they're making the decisions they make. Members will notice things that the other trustees don't notice. And so that diversity of thought is really, really key for having actually a healthy board culture. I've put outcomes on here. This is quite an interesting case, and I encourage you to go look at it. There is data from Australia saying, I should say in Australia they've got industry funds which have member trustees on the board, and then they've got retail funds which don't. And across the board, the industry funds perform better. Now, I know you'll say, but there's other factors also that will lead to that. But I think it's worth saying member trustees within those funds are focusing on things like charges, are focusing on things like returns. So while obviously it's not 100% a clean correlation, we can say that better outcomes are associated with having member trustees. So what do trustees say themselves? They say that time and time again, as I've said, they're able to keep the board focused on what matters to members. They're able to say, this is what the people I talk to are dealing with, and that's so valuable. Another factor that came up was skin in the game. So are you actually having somebody on the board who is invested in the pension fund you're representing? That means the stakes for those people are very real, are different, and they're able to perhaps focus a bit more clearly on what matters for themselves and the other members. And another key benefit to having representation is legitimacy. When we talked to trustees, they said that they got feedback from the membership base that knowing there was somebody from the employee base or from the member base on the scheme meant that they felt more trust in what the pension scheme was doing, in the decisions they made, and led legitimacy. You could say that this would, to some degree, increase or at least make engagement easier, which I'm not going to necessarily go into too far. But I think we know that if people don't trust their pension scheme, then engagement is probably going to be off the table. Okay, so here's quite an interesting point. I had to look around a little bit to find this quote. But I think the key issue is the government has not come out and said, actually, we don't believe that member trustees still have a good, important role to fill. They've only said, oh, we don't think member trusteeship will necessarily work at scale. But they are still recognizing that lay trustees have a really important contribution to make, both in the diversity of perspective and in lending legitimacy and trust to the board. So I think we all know where we're starting from, and maybe we just need a bit of help and a bit more focus on thinking about how we make sure that this model continues to work. So when you look at the different challenges associated with having member trustees in a larger multi-employer, multi-sector scheme, it starts becoming much more around the types of resources that members are provided with and the type of support they need. If you're in a single employer scheme with a small and relatively homogenous membership base, maybe a DB scheme that's not looking to buy out, you're probably not dealing with the same level of complexity that you would be in a large master trust. So I think we can accept that the resources required for being on a multi-employer scheme will be higher. So just looking at, based on the current environment within the UK, what members need and what they might need going forward. The key factor is time. Time off from work to actually focus on what you need to do. And this is really interesting because employers are required to provide paid time off for trustees. But what I'm not sure about is if the time off that they provide is actually commensurate with the actual time commitment. I don't think it is, especially in the beginning when people first become a trustee. They have to do a very steep learning curve, particularly if they're not from the financial services industry. They have to do an induction. They have to learn the entire trustee toolkit. On top of that, that's attending meetings and prepping for meetings and any sort of ad hoc follow-up work. So I think having that sort of employer support is hugely crucial. But a lot of people talked about remuneration, and here's where we differ from other countries. In most of the other countries I talked to, all member trustees were remunerated, whereas here there's some remuneration, but it's definitely not all of them. And I was having a chat with Jack Jones about this, and he said, yes, but it's good to look at remuneration, but we need to remember that employers are required to give paid time off. And I think it's actually a combination of these, because even if you're getting paid time off, remuneration still helps recognize you're probably using more than that paid time off to prepare, and also that it's not just time off, it's an incredibly significant and difficult contribution, especially, as I said, if you're not from the financial sector, and so you're learning all about investment and what is very technical information in a market that is continuing to change. I mean, we saw all the policies in the pension scheme bill, so there's a lot to get your head around. Another factor that seemed to make a big difference, and where things differ a bit between the UK and other countries, is the structure around supported learning. To some degree, this has to be different between schemes because different schemes face different kinds of issues. And most schemes within the UK seem to have a pretty good support around induction, helping people to get their heads around the trustee toolkit, giving them some initial trainings, giving them time with advisors. But where we seem to fall down at the moment is ongoing training. And like I said, there's a lot to get your head around. There's a lot of change. Where if you look in the TPR does a really interesting survey on schemes, and if you look at the ongoing training bit of that survey, you'll see that the majority of ongoing training is around value for money, and not more widely around policy issues and other technical investment issues. But within other countries, and I'll touch on this a bit later, they have structured procedures around ongoing training that is mandatory and has to be provided either by the union or the scheme. There's also something here around inclusion, so ensuring that if somebody is new to the pension scheme, they can understand the briefings, they can understand the papers, so plain language briefing, providing time with advisors, and back to culture. Culture, again, was crucial. So are people being brought in early? Are they able to challenge? Are they able to question without being criticized or made to look stupid? And mentoring and peer networks. That's really interesting, especially for larger schemes, and something that is made use of, I think, a bit more overseas, but it's something that we could do. So I've just got a couple quotes in here. I would go look at the report because we've got some great quotes from trustees, but this trustee was talking about, and by the way, the picture is just a stock photo. That's not the actual trustee. This trustee was talking about remuneration and how important it is. And I do think it's something that we need to think about for the UK. Again, because it's not just a time commitment. It's actually going to be quite difficult if you've been working in one job all your life and suddenly you're having to become, to some degree, an investment expert. And the bit about culture, it came up time and time again, specifically the role of the chair, being able to make sure that there's sort of a challenge culture, a culture where asking questions is encouraged, where people are brought in, where dominant voices don't dominate, and that all the trustees I talked to felt like this kind of culture ensured that a member focus and a focus on key priorities was ensured during discussions. So let's look at how it works in other countries. Now, one of the key challenges that we have is around the fact that we don't have necessarily a stable membership base for members in multi-employer schemes to represent. In the other countries we looked at, and I've got Netherlands, Denmark, Australia, and who else do I have on here? Canada up here. You could get that stable constituency through the unions, which had very close connections with the schemes. That doesn't mean we can't do that here. That doesn't mean the TUC can't necessarily provide that base, or other unions can't provide that base. But the first key hurdle is ensuring that that base is defined. So if you have, say, a member trustee who is elected through the union, they then can say, well, I'm representing people via the union, and all the members of that union are therefore my constituency. And that already starts to provide, if employers join and leave the scheme, or if individuals join and leave the scheme, that still provides a sort of stable body that is being represented. Now, what they do in the Netherlands, where they have really large sector funds and multi-sector funds, is they then have an extra layer of representation. So they have sector committees that represent different sectors to the board. And also each scheme has what's called an accountability body, and this is a body that's made up of employers, representatives and member representatives who scrutinize the board. I think it's really important to say on their own these wouldn't be sufficient because they don't have that voting power that member representatives on the board do, but what they do is bring those issues to the attention of the board. So really what you need to do is, if you have a multi-sector scheme, and you want full representation, is have that sort of middle layer responding to the board. Secondly, you need to ensure that that there's the support that we talked about. And this is much more important in much larger multi-employer schemes where there's much more complexity going on, that support is quite well structured. So we see this in other countries. It's quite interesting. In Netherlands and Australia, they have the strictest regime where schemes have to prove that they have this ongoing training. That is, hitting all sorts of targets. They have to report back and say, we're ensuring that our trustees are kept up to date. So the scheme is required to provide those, but the union then comes in and provides extra support through mentoring and peer networks. Now, this can be structured in different ways. So in Denmark, actually, the union provides that ongoing training. It doesn't have to be via the scheme. And I think that's a decision that needs to be made based on the needs of schemes within the UK. But you can structure that different ways. The important thing is that somebody's actually responsible for providing that ongoing training and providing that support. Also, within Australia and Canada, it was quite interesting. They felt that member representation was not enough in and of itself. It had to be equal representation. So actually they ensure that the board is half member, half employer representatives. And they say, this prevents members basically being outvoted on topics. So I think that's quite an interesting approach as well. And you can see more about the other countries in the report if you're interested. It's important to say, look, just because we're moving to a more consolidated landscape, we're not doing anything. Nest has got a member panel which scrutinizes and feeds back on the member viewpoint, but doesn't have voting rights. Most schemes do surveys and research on members. The degree to which they then take the results of that and use it to feed into decision making is variable. Many schemes will analyze call centers and complaint data. So there are ways of feeding this up or reporting back and saying, look, you said we should do this. This is what we actually did to respond. I think these are all really important initiatives and they kind of make up that middle ground. But you can't have full member representation without actually having people on the board. So if we go ahead and say, as I think the TUC is going to ask, that there is at least member representation on multi-employer DC schemes, you still need that middle layer, especially when we're talking about large multi-sector schemes where you're representing quite a large membership base. So how do we tackle this in the UK? I think, as I've said, this is almost a policy omission rather than an intentional policy. Certain schemes are required to have, a third member representatives. New schemes have been created who do not have that requirement. So if we're going to start reversing this, we need to at least start looking at, say, large multi-employer DC, if not others. But large multi-employer DC, master trusts, that's where we're seeing the majority of new workers outside the public sector being enrolled. So we could institute the requirement that we originally had for other trust-based schemes. And then the key issue, how do we have a stable body? I'm not going to answer that today, but that needs to be defined. Who is the member representative representing? How is that body defined? How will it be ensured that if it changes over time, it's still a stable constituency? And where's the feedback loop? So in between the member and the scheme, where is that feedback loop of information from the members? Will there be member panels? Will there be committees? How will they be feeding in? And thirdly, as we've said, if you're in a large scheme, it's much more complex. So it can't necessarily leave it up to schemes. Many of them are doing really good jobs, but they won't all do the same uniform good job. So we can't necessarily leave it just up to schemes to decide how much training. There needs to be a bit more of a structured regime, not just for inductions, but for ongoing training. And I haven't said it in here, but the culture element is so important. And I think that's a bit of a difficult job for the pensions regulator, because how do you actually assess culture and regulate it without sending people out to observe all of the boards? Maybe this is about feedback, but who better to give that feedback to TPR than member reps? And I think that's me.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Daniela. That was really clear and interesting. And just to encourage everybody to read the report, which is equally clear and interesting. We're going to get a brief response from Paul, and then we're going to get into a bit of discussion. And we have lost our other panel member. I think it's due to transport issues. So apologies for that. But great couple of panellists. Paul is not responsible for the transport issues. He wanted to be the only member on the panel. Paul, over to you.
Yeah, yes, I've been invited onto the panel. The RMT, alongside the TUC, funded this project and the report. From a personal level, I mean, you mentioned earlier on about Maxwell and the introduction of MNTs into pension legislation, and it was about then I got actually involved as a trustee and actually came to my first TUC conference with Joanne Seegers in charge, which would have been very at 96. So something that's really dear to my heart, and it was something I got thrown into. You know, basically I was a younger shop steward at the time, and they needed someone to do it, and they said, "You're doing it." So that's where I started. So that's where my career in pension started. So I've been on a number of trustee boards over many, many years, and the importance of members having representation on pension schemes, regardless whether it's DB or DC, it should be an embedded principle. It's members' money. It's their retirement income, and to have no voice at all when it comes to how their money is managed is an absolute scandal that it's gone on for this long. The RMT have been dealing with many, many employers over the many, many years, as all the trade unions in this room have, where they've closed decent DB schemes and introduced DC schemes. And generally speaking, there's been no representation put on those schemes, mainly due to legislation. But the reality is members in DC schemes get a really raw deal for many reasons. Torsten mentioned, and in fact he stole my thunder a little bit, he mentioned DC as being a savings scheme. And that's exactly what it is. It is a savings scheme. It's not a pension in the full instance of the words. DC can work. It can work if you get the correct level of contributions going in there, and mainly from the employer, which is obviously another issue that's ongoing at the moment. But without representation on trustee boards, members do not get a fair deal, in my opinion. As an example, I sit on the Network Rail Defined Contribution Scheme, which is a trust-based scheme. And only 2 days ago, we was, as part of our remit as being trustees, we have to review value for money for members. Well, if there's no members actually on the board, who is actually reviewing this? I mean, you mentioned, some employer trustees and professional trustees who perhaps have good intentions, but they can't really feel how it feels to be a member. And that might sound unjust, but it's reality. The amount of times, and I'm sure all the trustees in this room, you've had to pull up, what the employer trustees or an investment manager or an administrator, because they haven't thought about the impact on members. So it's a fundamental principle, and like I say, I'll thank you for the report. Some of the statements from around the different parts of the world in respect to member-nominated trustees is, in this room, you'll probably recognise it. It's things that you already think of, that members in your workplace come up to you and they ask you about their pension. Because they won't necessarily go to an employer, they won't necessarily pick up the phone and talk to an administrator, if they can get through to the administrator, of course. But they're looking for the person that they trust. And I think that's what it's about. So certainly, I mean, I could go on about DB and all the wonderful work we do on the railway pension scheme, and we do, as other trade unions do as well, and also on TfL pension fund as well, where our trustees are constantly challenging management and their advisors. But this should be happening in DC arrangements where it can, you know, whether once, you know, hopefully we get the legislation in where members actually going to get representation. Because without that representation, these schemes, I said they're saving schemes. Well, that's all they're going to be to members. You know, they don't feel like a pension scheme. You know, I think Torsten again mentioned the amount of people who are actually taking their pension while they're still working as soon as they hit 55. You know, that's not a pension. That is, you know, people are desperate, I guess, and they need to use the money for whatever reason. But the reality is, if it doesn't sound like a pension scheme, then it isn't a pension scheme, in my view. So until we actually get clear guidance and regulations in respect of member representation on DC schemes, as you know, we've already got for DB schemes, then I think sadly the decline in members actually saving for their retirement will get even worse.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Paul. A couple of questions from me just before we open it up to the floor. So the first one is kind of how we make the case for this more widely. So I reckon probably most people, if you've come to the TUC Pensions Conference, you probably think it is a good idea to have member voice in pension schemes. And we had a bit of receptiveness from the Minister, and we're hearing about this. But how do we go out and kind of sell this idea as so important? And I'm interested, kind of, Daniela, you had in your research some stuff saying, well, you get better returns. So is that the best way to go out and argue for it? Or is the best way to go out and argue, you know, on a kind of, you're going to get more bang for your buck if you've got members in the room? Or is the best way to argue for it, you know, it's just the right thing to do? And then once we've decided that, who else can we get on board with this kind of campaign to make sure it happens? Daniela, I'll ask you to answer that first.
So I think one of the key issues that struck me with this was, you know, the thing is about better returns, we can debate that. We can debate better member outcomes. I'm sure we all agree that it does deliver those. But that's something which can be vulnerable to debate. What can't be is safeguarding. I mean, we're still seeing people being defrauded. We're still seeing schemes taking risky decisions or making valuations that everybody disagrees with. And I think if we stick with that, the essential foundation of member trusteeship is safeguarding, and that safeguarding is still required. That might be a good argument. You know, say, can you prove to me that safeguarding isn't required? If you can't, why are we doing this? And then say, look, and at the same time, it's crucial for good governance. So, you know, this shouldn't just be about the pension scheme bill. It should also be about the governance consultation. I don't really know also why, I mean, this is a side issue, why we're letting there be a rise in sole trusteeship. That seems really peculiar. Yeah, sorry, I did get sidetracked with the answer to that question.
Who do you think are our allies in making this argument on safeguarding?
I think what's interesting is most pension scheme trustees, be they member or employer, would agree with that. Right. Because, you know, even in the interviews when I talk to employer trustees, or when you look at data on them, or you look at other countries, they say the member trustees keep us on track and they remind us of things that we wouldn't think about, that members need, you know, to have in order to be safe. So I'd start with pension trustees. I think potentially employers themselves, obviously unions, but yeah, employer bodies potentially as well.
What about you, Paul? What do you think is the most effective way? Even actually, I'm interested also in how, if you're persuading any of your colleagues that they should get involved as a trustee, what are the arguments you make to them?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, it's all about engagement, isn't it? We've got to engage, and not just with employers, but also obviously with government to push this through, because as I said, I mean, I noticed Torsten also mentioned that they're going to start doing a default pension for DC arrangements, which is long overdue again. But there's a much wider discussion, in my view, on this. So I think it's just really going through in the government and local MPs, maybe get them involved. Who knows?
Yeah. Okay, that's really helpful. And then just last question from me before I open it up to the floor. So you talked a bit about this, Daniela, but everyone is saying, well, the challenge is multi-employer, multi-sector schemes. You know, you can see on the railway pension scheme, it's about railways, right? What about when we've got one of these large schemes, it's covering a diverse range of sectors, it's probably got a changing, as you said, kind of turnover of membership, and
you know, the minister said to me, I said, we're going to talk about this. He said, what's the problem? What's the answer to multi-employer schemes?
Yeah.
What's our most kind of compelling pitch to say, or when you were talking to people to say, we can do this, you know, if you had to give the kind of elevator pitch to here's how it works on multi-employer schemes, what would you say?
I'd say it's about the structure, and you just need two elements. You need a defined constituency, which will be a membership base, which could be via the union, via the sector, and then you need sort of a feedback loop. So you need that second layer of panels, scrutiny, and sectoral representation.
And Paul, if we pull this off, we are going to require more people. As I said, we're going to need more people to be willing to take up this role. Do you think, I'm interested in your view on that question of remuneration, can't say that word, payment, that Daniela raised?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, we've dealt with trustees being encouraged to be a trustee on the back of that perhaps they're going to get paid for it. And unfortunately, we have got experience where we get the wrong people coming forward. I'm not sure if it should be in the order of someone gets remuneration for putting their hand up to be a trustee. Maybe that's something that happens after they've been on the board, they've done the relevant toolkit, etc., etc. But certainly trying to encourage, listen, I mean, the maritime industry has been absolutely decimated when it comes to DB schemes. The majority of our members are, other than the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, generally are in DC arrangements. We regularly write to members and do a newsletter inviting members to get involved in pensions, to have sort of pension champions in their work areas. And these are members of multi-employer schemes as well. And we get very few coming through. So it is difficult. It is difficult. But I think it's because the general nature of DC is so individualistic, put my teeth in, individual, that members, for whatever reason, don't engage. Maybe they think it's just about them.
I think one of the issues about remuneration is it allows people in sort of the lower paid roles a bit more freedom to come through. Because like I was saying, even if you get paid time off, which is harder anyway if you're in shift work, it might not be sufficient. And if you're in a lower paid role, perhaps you have a really busy life, it might be harder to accommodate the extra work of being a trustee without the remuneration. And I think that speaks a lot to the sort of cognitive, the diversity of perspective and understanding what different parts of the membership base are experiencing. But like you said, that's a challenge then, because if people are coming just for the money. So I would like to now go back and ask everyone how we deal with that in my interviews. But I think it did seem to be important. And actually what was interesting was some of the international trustees were a bit shocked that we don't all remunerate. Why are you not treating this as such a significant contribution? And something else that was really interesting was in the Netherlands, I was told that on large multi-sector pension funds, trustees can spend 2 to 3 days a week on their trusteeship duties. So if we're going to integrate member trustees into these large funds, I think we need to recognise that this is a much bigger commitment than even being on a single employer scheme, and that then reinforces the need for remuneration potentially.
Okay, interesting. We've got time for some questions now. Again, I think I'll take 2 rounds of 3. So, sorry I missed you out in the last round. At the front here, and then raising the paper at the back. That's a good attractive attention device, and then I'll wait and take the third here.
Yeah, John Gray. I'm a Unison pension activist. I'm under a local government scheme, but I'm also a private sector DB in an open scheme, a Unison staff pension scheme. But what I would say for member representations are needed is frankly, we cannot trust our investment advisors and the consultants. Now, I'm not being rude about anybody in the financial services industry here. Most of them I've come across are sort of principled, you know, and trying to do the right thing, but not everyone by far. You know, there are very cosy relationships between certain employers and the actuaries, some absolutely outrageous funding strategies going ahead that benefits employers, and also cosy relationships between our investment advisors and providers of fund providers and whatever have said that this is not we keep them honest as best we can, but this idea that Adam Smith of all people said 200 years ago that owners of money, which we are, get ripped off by agents, and frankly, it's exactly the same now.
Thanks, John. We'll have the question at the back, and then I'm going to come back to the front here.
Thanks. Philip Burgess, UCU. I've got a question for Paul here, but first I'd like to thank him. RMT allow the NPC Finance Committee to meet free of charge in their offices, and we really do appreciate that. Thanks. Now, I've got a practical example of what representatives might be able to do, and it affects you and it affects one or two of my members as well. In 4 years' time, people who work for TfL and various other parts of the industry have their pensions indexed by RPI. Now, in 4 years' time, the government planned to fiddle the formula for RPI so that, in effect, it gives the same result as CPIH. That is a huge difference. The members are going to take a big hit. During the high period of inflation, there was about 4 percentage points between RPI and CPIH. Now, the question is, what can representatives do about that? What can the RMT do about your members being hit? What can the TUC do about it? This is a really important practical example.
Right, and then question just here.
I'm Helen Shea. I'm a trustee of USS and union nominated. We are a multi-employer scheme. I know it's the same sector, but we cover a very wide range of different universities. It does seem to work. So I think that, I don't see why there's that argument. But I was really interested in what you were saying about representation on the board. And we don't have as many UCU nominated directors as the employers or independents. I think it's historical. But you did say that, like in Australia and Canada, there was equal balance. And I know in Canada that has been one reason CDC has been so successful, because we've spoken to them and they've said the balance on the board has really helped it. And I don't know how we can argue for that, because to me it doesn't make sense and it really irks me. So,
Great. Paul, do you want to pick up inflation in particular? Why don't we start with that, and then I'll ask Daniela.
I mean, it is a discussion that's ongoing within the RMT, and I think the wider trade union movement, where schemes are still using RPI, and TfL, as our colleague said over there, is one of them. And needless to say, I think our executive committee, unless we can get something that protects our members' pensions in retirement, will take some other course of action, I suspect. But right now, I can't give you a clear answer, because obviously it's something that's ongoing. Time goes really quick, so I appreciate it won't be long before RPI is completely removed. So, but take your point, it's something we will be discussing at national level.
Yeah, thank you so much for the point about cosy relationships. I think that is a really excellent point, and something that has come up quite a lot as well. And I think that just goes back to the key factor of safeguarding. Those types of relationships would be less likely to develop if there were members there saying, why are we hiring this person? They're clearly not delivering as good value. I think it also goes back to governance processes. Most schemes don't appear to necessarily do sort of key milestone indicators for advisors and assess them on these and then decide whether to retain them. So I think that's something that probably needs to be built in as well to governance. But I definitely think, if you're trying to make the argument around safeguarding, that's a second point or a third or a fourth point to add. Thank you so much from the USS. I had meant to mention it, but I had a lot of points I meant to mention, so I missed that one, which was we do have multi-employer schemes already in the UK, including the OSS, and to some extent you could say, Royal Mail, railways, etc., are actually multi-employer because there's different employers in those, and they do function. And I think the difference is that there's much more union involvement. So in a way, this is really an issue around union involvement and ensuring that the unions are there to be able to provide that. Yeah. Oh, and the equal representation. Yeah, I was kind of thinking when I did the report, why are we not doing this? What's the point of just having a third of member representatives? I wonder if it's a get the member representatives required in all schemes, and then once you've got that, start saying, well, why aren't we, you know, stage 2, stage 3, world domination.
Good. We'll take one more round of questions. How to get to world domination? Daniela. So I've got a question here at the front, and then just back up to that, and then definitely at the end here.
Thank you. Jeremy Hughes from the Local Government Association, also UNISA member. Is one of the issues with the multi-employer schemes, particularly I'd imagine the private sector, small employers, the fact that there isn't trade union recognition for those at those companies? But the law recognises in certain circumstances, like TUC redundancy, then wherein the trade union isn't recognised, then the employer has an obligation to kind of create some kind of representative structure. And in a previous role as a trade union organiser, that was often like a foot in the door for actually getting a trade union recognised, getting some organisation going there. Is this something we should be asking of government or TPR, that in a multi-employer scheme, employers should be under an obligation to create some representative structure for members?
Right, thank you. We'll go back, and then we're going to go over.
Hi, Stephen Sondy from the NASCWT Teachers Union. Thanks to the panellists who have absolutely nailed the importance of member representation on the boards, and for members to have someone to oversee the decisions of trustees and employers that impact their savings. But the pension schemes bill gives me a bit of anxiety in terms of the ability to release surplus. Employers would obviously want to sell that as increasing benefits, reducing contribution rates, and profitability that's then invested back into the scheme. Trustees would be having a fiduciary duty and legally liable on the decisions they make, and member-nominated trustees would have a duty to their fellow employees who only 6 months ago they sent a shiny statement saying they'd look after the pensions and they're the right person to do the job, only to then have let down their colleagues if the pensions go bust, or let down the employer and obviously face consequences for that. So we need to probably build in more trade union involvement in terms of training and development, release of funds for training from the employer, and probably independent legal and tax advice, independent from the employer and the wider trustee board, because there'd be an additional duty of care, and some protections in terms of dismissal when employers are not sort of given the carte blanche to do what they want, and that probably needs to be written in legislation. So I know it's all going through Parliament at the moment, but these are a few concerns that I thought I had.
Thank you. And then at the back, yeah. Great, thanks, Emma.
Hi, thank you. My name is Danny Reggie. I'm from PCS, Branch Secretary, Revenue and Customs Headquarters. I just have a very simple question about transparency and governance with regards to the minutes of a lot of these meetings that take place. I mean, the previous speaker has sort of touched upon some of my thoughts there. I do believe that what members, and at least the reps, would like to see is whether our representatives on the boards robustly ask questions at these meetings. The kind of minutes that I've seen of pension fund meetings are complete waffle. They're completely, you know, you can't make out anything except we talked about this and that was that. That is rubbish. People want to know what's happening. Did you challenge someone or not, you know? And that's the kind of information we like to see trickle down. What can we do about it?
Great. Jack has just reminded me that the TUC has policy on the release of assets where we've said it shouldn't happen where there's a sole trustee and it shouldn't happen without union consultation. But colleagues on the panel will also have views. I'll just let you pick up any of those questions. We've got kind of broader methods of collective consultation. We've got what happens in the release of funds and how do we hold our member trustees accountable.
Yeah.
Paul, do you want to kick us
off?
off?
Yeah, I'm going to start with the surplus question. Because as far as we're concerned, they can keep their hands off the surplus. It's members' money, and it should be a decision for the trustees to make. It's ironic that we have all these DB schemes that are deficit and have closed to future accrual and new members, and where were they, the government, and there was massive deficits. You know, why weren't they helping trying to keep these schemes, but now all of a sudden they want to put legislation which allows employers to potentially touch the surplus. So the R&T's view is where the rules don't allow it, then the rules don't allow it. That's our simple approach to that. In respect of, I think your question was regarding representation. Well, union density is such an important subject, isn't it? This is a much wider issue. You know, it's a fact that where you haven't got union density, sadly, workers don't get the best deal, do they? And unless you've got members joining trade unions, or employees joining trade unions, sorry, unfortunately, I don't think they're going to get the best deal. So union density is such a crucial question in forcing through, trustees and boards and all sorts of things, pay, etc., etc. In respect to minutes, I'm going to be honest with you. I mean, there is a lot of waffle in trustee meetings, unfortunately. But there's only so much waffle you can put in minutes. And I think it's sometimes it's about trust. You know, if the people you're representing are saying that they challenge you, you sometimes have to believe them. You know, there's only, as I said, it's very difficult sometimes to call somebody out. Did you actually say it? They're not going to put everything in minutes. Sometimes it might be an idea for the person who's challenged the employer or challenged the investment advisor, etc., to ask it to be minuted. Generally speaking, you don't tend to see trustee minutes sent out to all members, I have to say. I don't know if there's different arrangements with different schemes, but I've not come across it. But I appreciate the question. You want to be comfortable that people are actually saying what they're saying, they're actually doing.
Yeah, so with I'm going to start with minutes. I think it's such a brilliant point, and actually I've done a bit of work around this, and I came up with the brilliant solution that you have independent assessors sitting in on board meetings and doing like thorough evaluations of culture, and then someone said, well, who's going to pay for all of that? So I don't know where the middle ground is. We don't have enough observation now. We don't have enough assessment. You know, a lot of the assessment that's done is done by the board. I mean, who's doing that? Is it the chair who's ticking all the boxes and saying, yeah, we have a great culture? So I think somebody assessing the minutes would be fantastic. Someone actually assessing the board would be fantastic. That person being independent would be fantastic. How do we actually make this come into reality? That's a question for the funders. But yeah, I definitely think we need to push for more of that. With the unions not necessarily being connected to some schemes, that's actually part of the crux of the issue. And I think it also comes to the heart of what we see pensions as. If we look back at what pensions originally were, they were an employee benefit. You know, like other factors, I don't know, healthcare or whatever, they have now turned into, many times, a bespoke financial product. But it is still essentially an employee benefit. And there is a huge role for unions there. So I think that there's nothing wrong with saying the union role in protecting employees and their employee benefit needs to be made stronger, especially when we now see how necessary they are for supporting member representation. I don't think I'm going to say much on surplus extraction, because that's, I don't necessarily want to touch that at the moment. It's very complex and controversial.
Brilliant. Well, just massive thanks to our panellists. It's been a really great debate. We'll just give them a round of applause and then I'll explain what's happening next. So we've now got a 20-minute break, so back at 12. There's going to be 3 different workshops, so you have to pick one, basically. Room 4, it's a workshop from the Ombudsman on handling member complaints. Room 3, workshop on integrating ESG factors into private market investments. And in here is closing the gender pension gap in public sector schemes. So pick one and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks very much. Along there. Ooh.
girls' maternity leave, which are sort of reducing the amount of pension they are accruing while they're working. I think divorce is a big one, far too big for today, so we are not necessarily relevant, but it is a factor. So just to give, these quantum here are, again, wealth, looking at wealth, but I've included them because I think that, you know, it's of note to see what's the relative sort of importance of those amplifying factors. You know, maternity leave does have an impact. The middle one is opting out of a pension scheme for 5 years, and you can see that's a pretty big impact. And then the really big one down there, moving to part-time for 3 days a week for the second half of your career, that's a really significant impact on your pot. You know, it's kind of, you know, potentially halving your pot. This is for somebody who's been in a DC scheme all their life, so it's a really big impact, that. And I think it feels like quite an extreme example, but then it isn't really. I was thinking here, on the way here, I could say it's extreme, but it's not really. There are people who do that, and they are missing out on a lot of pension as a consequence. So I've just got a couple of graphs here to just because they're quite pretty. This is quite a nice one. So this orangey bar here is showing the people who are orangey, browny colour, is showing people who are full-time employed, and what you can see is that for the women, only about a third of them have carried on being full-time employed 5 years after having children, whereas the men on the other side, on the right-hand side, much more likely to have remained full-time. I don't think it's telling us anything we don't know, but it's just quite a nice pictorial, you know, image of what's actually happening in the workforce. And of course, this is not a pension. You know, it's not the fault of the pension schemes that's happening. It's people make decisions about what they do, having children sort of almost distinctly from their pension decisions. And then this is another one. This is from Royal London. I think this is quite interesting. So what this shows is why are people stopping work early? Now, obviously, if you retire early, not only do you stop building up pension, but the pension you've got needs to go further. So you might have an early retirement reduction applied, for example. So pretty high rates retiring early because of health. Interestingly, for women, so that's for women, the women of the green bars, this includes the impact of menopause. 86% of women said the menopause has made it harder for them to do their job, according to this study. You take that with a pinch of salt, but I thought that was quite interesting. The other things that I think are interesting on this one, you know, men much more likely to say they had enough money to retire, and that makes you really worry about people who are retiring thinking they haven't got enough money. I mean, that's a worry in itself. But also the one to care for a family member, with women 3 times as likely to be stopping work to care for a family member, and that's not childcare, that's a partner or caring for parents, so it's elderly care. I think that's going to get more and more coverage, to be honest, this issue around caring roles for women and it's stopping them working. I was running through this presentation with my children last night, and my youngest said, well, why are women more likely to be doing? And I thought, well, that's a really good question, isn't it? Why are women more likely to be caring? But they are. They are. So, you know, in terms of how we address this, you know, Jeremy's going to talk in a minute about the great stuff that's going on in the LGPS. So there are things we can do at the individual scheme level. There's also, you know, things that can be done by employers, which I will touch on after Jeremy's spoken. Government policy and initiatives, so good examples of that would be auto-enrolment being widened out to, you know, you have women who are working 3 quite low-paid jobs, particularly in retail, for example, who are missing a pension altogether. And then communication and education is a really big one, which again I'll touch on after Jeremy has spoken. So would you...
Oh, thank you very much, Sarah, for setting that out. My name is Jeremy Hughes. I work for the part of there's something called the Scheme Advisory Board, which is one of the statutory boards set up for the public sector schemes. And we've been doing quite a lot of work on the gender pension gap, and I just want to run you through some of the work we've commissioned from Government Actuaries Department and some of the statutory changes which are coming into play now. As I say, the Scheme Advisory Board, if you're not familiar with it, all the public sector schemes have these. They were set up under the 2013 Public Sector Pensions Act, and they're representative of the membership, so they're 50% member representatives, 50% employer representatives, which is, I think, very important. And we're also politically led. And the local government pension scheme is unique in that it's politically led by Councillor Roger Phillips, who's a Conservative councillor from Herefordshire. But it gives us a degree of independence that maybe some of the other schemes don't have, and I think that's probably why we've kicked this work off rather than some of the others. The LGPS, if you're not familiar with it, it's a monster scheme. It's one of the largest pension schemes in Europe. It's the 8th largest source of global capital in the world. It's funded, so we've got about £400 billion worth of assets invested on the open market. It's over 100% funded at the moment, which is why everyone's looking at us and thinking they would like to get their hands on that money and spend it some other way. But the important thing to remember is this is a pension scheme. It's invested for the benefit of the members, and it isn't invested for the benefit of the Secretary of State or other people. So that's a kind of point we like to make. As I say, it's a big scheme, about 7,000 members, 7 million members, and that means we've got a lot of data. So this is a little kind of just to kind of set the scene as to who's in the local government pension scheme. You've probably heard that expert on pensions, Richard Tice, talk about our gold-plated pension scheme. This gives you some stats as to what the actual membership looks like. You can probably see there the £20,000 salary line. That shows that most of our members, the average salary for someone in LGPS is just over 18,000. 75% of the scheme is female, and their average salary is 16,000. This isn't a hugely well-paid workforce, and the average age is 46, and the average length of service is 8 years. So these are people also who have got careers elsewhere in other private sector jobs where the other pension provision is likely to be even worse than the £4,000 or £5,000 that they'll get from LGPS when they come to retire. As I mentioned, the Scheme Advisory Board is 50% trade union representatives, and we're being pushed to not just report the difference in pensions between men and women, because as Sarah said, it's well known that female workers have got a much lower pension than male counterparts. But we wanted to provide some information about kind of how that arrives over kind of through a career, and kind of how do we use the information that we have to find out kind of how we can tackle it. We have about 2 million active members of the scheme, so data for all of those 2 million people comes through the Government Actuaries Department. Every 4 years they do evaluation of the scheme. They have data for all of those members, and that's a fantastically powerful data set. As I mentioned, we are kind of independent. At the time, we have our own budget. The overall budget's approved by the Minister, and then we decided we want to commission this report from Government Actuaries Department. Between these four walls, we were kind of dissuaded from doing that, but we went ahead and did it. And that was under the last government, getting a lot more support from the present government, which is fantastic. The data, we have a lot of data. We have data about salaries. Because it's a care scheme, we have up-to-date records about what people have actually accrued in terms of pension. There are some issues. So each separate employment counts as a separate record. So we will have lots of different records for the same individual, depending if they're working as a teaching assistant across a range of different schools. If they've got a job at one school, which is a local authority school, a job at an academy school, that's 2 separate employers. And we do have, inevitably, things like data issues. A lot of smaller employers, the data we're getting sometimes isn't entirely reliable. The good thing about the GAD data is they've done a kind of initial sense check validation of that, and where the data they feel is just completely wrong, they've kind of not corrected it, but they've kind of overwritten it. So it's helpful in kind of the big picture, but as we come down to looking at scheme employer level data, that does create an issue. We've used the data I'll show you in a second. We've used NI numbers as a kind of unique identifier to bring together the records for different individuals. So what you'll see is the actual average accrued benefit per individual. So the averages are actual human beings rather than records, which would otherwise distort it. We as all the public sector schemes, there's a range of different schemes. The schemes have been reformed every 5 or 10 years, so they have different benefit structures. That's very difficult. That kind of complexity is quite difficult to realise in things like having slightly different normal retirement ages. We've had to ignore that, otherwise it would just get impossible to represent. And we've also not included, where we have this, which is kind of coded in the data, those who are on casual workers or those on 0-hour contracts. And it's quite shocking, really, quite how many of our LGPS members are on 0-hour contracts. It seems to be increasingly a feature in the education sector, where teaching assistants in particular are on 0-hour contracts. We'll see what happens with in academy schools rather than the state school sector. We'll see whether the reforms brought in by the Labour government will address that. Hopefully they will. Some other issues with the data, as I say, some of the data has to be overwritten for GAD's purposes with data which makes more sense. So when we look at the sector on employer level data, then we've had to exclude or kind of limit our ambition of what's there. So these are kind of charts you've probably seen before. The bottom table is one I think probably all the public sector schemes produce, which is actual pensions in payment. And you can see there the averages between men and women, the gender pensions gap, which Sarah referred to earlier, 49.4%. So the average woman's pension being essentially half that of a male counterpart. And this is slightly different from the gender pay gap reporting, in that this is across the whole of the scheme. And the scheme covers chief executives of local authorities on one side, all the way down to the lowest paid staff in the other. So this is a broad sweep. We haven't kind of segmented this by to kind of compare like roles. So this isn't doing the same job as gender pay gap reporting. This kind of looks across the membership as a whole. What's slightly kind of novel is the top table, which is these are the accrued pensions for those people who are still working. And we think this is the more important data, because by the time someone has actually come to retirement age, there's not much more we can do about that. That's their benefit, they're going to get paid that. And the initial kind of criticism we got of paying for gender pensions gap reporting is, well, this is just like fossilised gender pay gap data, what can you do about it? And that's a fair challenge, but I think the issue is, well, we've got active members accruing benefits. We can see what's happening with those benefits over time, and that's what we're really interested in. And one of the first things that kind of struck us was that you can see the difference in pension gap between the care pension, the career average scheme, and the final salary scheme. I think a lot of us were quite wedded to the final salary scheme, but it has to be said the gender pensions gap under the final salary scheme was just much bigger than it is under the care scheme. People whose careers kind of went up and up and up did a lot better than people who stayed in lower paid work, and that was, I think, more often female workers. So you can see how the kind of the benefits package can make a real difference in equality terms. This is just showing you kind of this is the pensions and payments data. Again, there are a handful of people towards the end there, the chief executives, who are getting a LGPS pension of £50,000 a year. Those are the people who are called the gold-plated people. But most of them, as you can see, are clustering around the £2,000-3,000 a year mark. And to call these gold-plated pensions is a bit like saying if you've bought a lottery ticket, you're a millionaire. Some people do very well, most people don't. So I'll make that point again. What I think is more interesting is these charts. So that these probably just about big enough to see. And apologies, after GAD did these for us and after we paid for it, we realised what they did is they put the boys in blue and the girls in pink. And I think if we'd thought about that a little bit more, we'd have asked them to change the colour scheme. But that's the way it works. And you can see there, for example, the chart here on mean actual pay. You can see that actual pay, there's a vast difference between men and women. You can see on all the charts that from about age 28, the lines which previously moved kind of together, they open up significantly. We know I think we can all guess why that is. This is the point at which female workers predominantly are having children, and you can just see this massive impact on the pensions immediately. And part of that will be gaps in service, part of that will be maternity leave, part of it will be coming back on a part-time basis. But if you look at this chart here, that's full-time equivalent pay. So this kind of removes the impact of people coming back on a part-time basis, and essentially you can see that the full-time equivalent salary doesn't move in the same way as the male full-time equivalent salary does over time post age 28, 30. So clearly there's lots of things going on there. And you can see the two charts for care pension and the final salary pension there, and how the profile is different. And the final thing to mention is that last chart, mean number of jobs. I think as Cousin Sarah was saying, it's true that sometimes people say, oh, part-time workers, they're doing a few hours there, what's it matter? Well, a lot of the women in our scheme are working 2 or 3 jobs. That's just within LGPS. Some will be working outside as well as doing the vast bulk of kind of socially useful work in the home. So part-time workers in terms of LGPS, more than full-time workers in terms of life. So we thought that was very interesting information, but we wanted to go into a bit more depth. We wanted to look at the impact of career patterns on those, on the gender pensions gap, and also look at some of the differences between employers. LGPS is a multi-employer scheme. It's got about 20,000 different employers in it. About 12,000 of those are academy schools. We've got about 500 local authorities, some further education colleges, and then a vast array of bodies which either provide services to LGPS or bodies which have used to provide, bodies which employ people who used to be in local government. So a lot of housing associations participate in the scheme because back in the day of decent homes, staff are transferred from a local authority housing department into a housing association, and they've retained that connection with the scheme. So we've got quite a broad range of employers in the scheme. So this is another chart where we're looking at the differences over about how your career structure affects your gender pensions gap. And this is what we've filtered out here or rather filtered in. These are all members who've always worked full time. So this is men and women who throughout their careers have worked full time. And as you can see, very little difference there between the men and the women's gender pensions gap, which we thought was quite interesting. If you look at men and women with substantial part-time service, so this is women who've got many years of part-time service, and men, it's a much smaller cohort, but the men who've got that as well, you still see a bit of a difference. It's not quite as big as the difference on some of the other schemes. And then the difference between and within employers. So we do have a degree of occupational segregation. I think the chart on the left is comparing those employers who've got housing in their name with those who are from schools. So there's different kinds of employers, different kind of salaries, and so you just see a very marked gender effect between different employers within the scheme. That will feed into the data you've seen previously. But even within employers controlling for that, then the key difference seems to be in people's career paths within that employment. As a great man once said, the point is not to describe the world, but to change it. So we think there's we've identified kind of three strands to this. One is the kind of what do we do about this within the kind of context of the scheme. So that's, are there changes to the benefit structure which we can make which will have an impact in terms of reducing that gap? And there's a couple of things which have just been brought in by the government, which I'll talk about, which do help that. And the other thing is that I think there's a need to have meaningful equality impact assessments when the benefits change. Very often when the benefits are changing in a pension scheme, the equality impact assessment which accompanies the consultation just says, it's the same for men as for women. How can there be any discrimination? And that's just not good enough, really. We all know, probably familiar with the concept of indirect discrimination. It could be justifiable, could be proportionate, could be necessary. But basically, you should think about how your changes impact different groups of people differently and ask yourself that question. But generally in pensions, for some reason, it just doesn't seem to be asked. The second bullet point, I think, is probably the trickiest nut to crack, which is kind of working with employers about employment practices and policies locally. So why is it that people's career paths are taking difference? Is that about selection? Is it about recruitment? Is it about promotion patterns? Is it about the way people are treated at work? So there's a range of different things which are going on there. How do we support female staff in terms of coming back to work through the menopause, dealing with caring responsibilities later in life? So that whole range of different things, and that's very much, I think, bread and butter issues for trade unionists like yourself, and that will make a meaningful difference. And the third one, which is one we've got another piece of work we're just about to commission, is about how we communicate with members, how we talk about the scheme. How do we know that members understand the benefits of the scheme? And quite often people make rational choices. For example, if you're on a very low salary in local government, then saving into the pension scheme may just mean you'll get less pension credits when you retire, because you'll never get to a threshold of earnings in retirement where you'll actually be better off for having saved. That's unfortunately the kind of reality of the benefit system. But we want to make sure that people understand as well as they can what's the advantages of being in the scheme, what are the consequences of decisions they make. When they make decisions, for example, with their partner, of who's going to take leave, who's going to be looking after children, have they taken this into account? And generally speaking, it's probably not at the forefront of everybody's mind. And then more generally, got questions about how do we, which is part of the point of today, how do we make sure that all the public sector schemes are thinking about these issues, are getting access to this data, thinking through what they can do? And what about the other protected characteristics is the other kind of question, because most of the public sector pension schemes, their employers are subject to the public sector equality duty. They run pension schemes, but they've never really asked themselves the question, well, how do the rules of the scheme impact differently on men and women, on people of different faiths, people of different ethnic backgrounds? And that's something which I think is incumbent on us to think about. So I said I'd talk about a couple of, I'll talk very quickly about these. They're quite detailed. If you're not familiar with the scheme, probably won't mean a huge amount. So the first benefit change which the minister, local government ministers agreed that we can make, because all our rules are set out in regulations, so this change will be enacted when the regulations get changed, which should happen sometime very soon. I think it's going to happen in the next month or so. So one thing is where people take unpaid authorised leave. So this is normally short-term absences to cover family emergencies. In some workforces, people take annual leave for that. For some, where their annual leave has been rolled up so that it's taken, for example, in school holidays, there isn't an ability for people to take leave at short notice. So what happens is you get unpaid authorised leave. And under the old final salary scheme, this was discounted generally. So when we were counting up what's your reckonable service, each day would count. And I think that was just administrative convenience. It would be quite difficult to kind of pick those days out. When we moved to a care scheme, and I don't think this was intentional, well, it's just basically what's your salary. So if you weren't paid for that day, it doesn't count towards your care pension. And no one gave it any more thought. But we worked with a council, one of the county councils, and they saw that within 1 month, 263 members of the scheme were taking this kind of leave, 90% female, 89% school staff, most of them very low paid, 92% on an hourly rate of less than £15. And they were missing out on the pension of that one day. So now we will change the rules to make that pensionable, and that will be a significant change, because otherwise you end up with a bit of a kind of a Swiss cheese of a pension record with all these kind of gaps in it. And actually for very little cost. The other change is around maternity leave, additional maternity leave, additional adoption leave, shared parental leave, where this is unpaid. Again, under a care scheme, well, if it's not paid, it doesn't count. That was the kind of starting position. The ministers have now agreed that this will be automatically pensionable. So the employee will have to make a contribution, and the employer will have to make their contribution. And the consultation showed that 81% support for that, including from a lot of employer groups. And to a degree, I suppose, this is one of those cases where members are kind of cross-subsidising. And I think within the pensions world, we often look at it in a very individualist way. So what is my pension and how am I accruing my pension? But within a DB context, you get a degree of cross-subsidy. And I think that's right. This is part of why kind of the DB schemes are good, because they enable you to actually allow we have slightly lower contributions for lower paid members, and doesn't mean they get lower benefits, but it just recognises the fact that the chief executive can pay more than the people who collect the bins and the women who work as teaching assistants. And so it's right that we have that kind of cross-subsidy, and I think this kind of thing is recognised. People having children is good for the country. You know, it kind of needs to happen, or we're all going to be in trouble. So why not allow some degree of cross-subsidy there? So, and those are all changes which are going to come into effect. I don't know if you'll get these slides afterwards, but there's a kind of handy summary of most of the changes, including one which is going to be from now on. We do local valuations every 3 years. That means there's a valuation report because we're funded that will show data. Sorry, which is it's going to be tiny, isn't it? Data which looks like this. So for every employer, you get something which says what are your kind of allocation of assets under the scheme, what are your liabilities. Tells you your funding level. This is the one for the Local Government Association where I work. So we're currently 123%, well, we were 123% funded, now going to be 137% funded. So, like we said, doing very well. And it sets out what the contribution rates are going to be going forward. But what we'll also get from this year, currently larger employers will be getting this. Before long, this will become a requirement of all employers, all the 20,000 employers in the scheme. Is you get information about, for each employer, this is your gender pensions gap. The actuaries have worked it out and reported it to you. So the local trade union representatives within the local government association, Unison, organised there. This is information that they can look at to help inform, well, why are we having these gender pension gap at this particular employer? Let's have a look at what's generating that within this employer. What can we do about the policies and practices in this employer that are having an impact on people's pension like this. So hopefully over time you can actually start to measure the impact that you're having through those kind of policy choices. And hopefully we'll see that reduce over time. And these two people, we're very happy. Alison McGovern, Local Government Minister, she's got behind us, which is fantastic. She's making these rule changes, and TUC General Secretary also saying it was kind of about time that we took this on and did something about it. So that's kind of what we've been doing at the LGPS, and we're commissioning some more research and always looking for good ideas of what to do next. So I'll hand you back to Sarah.
Yeah, so I was going to finish off by just going through some other, perhaps a little bit more off-the-wall ideas. So obviously the stuff, you know, if we come back to this idea that what we've got to do is address issues around women, particularly in part-time employment, not building up a full pension, you know, there is loads that can be done by employers, which has nothing to do with the pension scheme, but I won't run through all that because we've already touched on it. But what else can be done? So obviously Jeremy's been talking about the LGPS changes. It would be really nice to see similar changes being made in other public service pension schemes, and that was kind of the impression I got from this morning, that would happen, hopefully. So I would, you know, it's probably important to note that strangely, all the public service pension schemes have slightly different provisions, so some of the things are already in place for some schemes and others not, but it would be nice to see, certainly the maternity leave one, you know, that is it's just a kind of hurdle when people come back to have to pay contributions, and it could encourage people to opt out, which is not helpful. So you really want to just make it as easy as possible and as smooth as possible for people to remain in the pension scheme. But you know, addressing the impact of part-time work is just really difficult because you know, in an ideal world, you want people to be building up a pension as if they weren't working part-time, but there's a massive cost associated with that, and who do you pass the cost to? You know, from an employer perspective, that's a big cost. If you've got two people job sharing, you're going to end up paying twice as high pension contributions, and that's, you know, it's difficult, particularly in public service pension schemes where it's not just one employer perhaps making a paternalistic decision about their workforce. It's multi-employer schemes effectively that you'd be trying to impose that on. So that feels really difficult. But having said that, we do, you know, there is the additional pension option which allows people to buy extra pension if they want. That is expensive, and it's partly expensive because it's incorporating both the cost of the member and the employer contributions. That said, perhaps we just need to be creative and think about whether there's any way that could be made cheaper, or perhaps encourage people to kind of top up before they have children, before they go part-time. It's difficult because, and this kind of goes down to the second the final point here, pensions are expensive, public service pensions are expensive, and I think my point on that was really, we can't do much at a population level about women who aren't working, so let's look at the scheme level and look at people in our public service pension schemes who are opting out. Evidence, data collected shows that can be affordability. Some of the public service pension schemes are expensive. What can we've already taken steps to try and help that by, for example, tiering member contributions, by basing contributions on part-time rather than full-time salaries. So that steps have been taken already, and we shouldn't ignore that. But what more could be done? I know LGPS has a kind of option where you pay half the contributions for the half benefits. It's not had a massive take-up in the LGPS amongst younger earners, as I understand it, but perhaps options like that work and could help in the schemes that have got higher opt-out rates because of affordability. But then it could go the other way, and you could end up with women thinking, well, actually, I'm on a full-time pension, a full accrual pension, but how about I drop down? That could make it worse. So we have to tread really carefully, and I think we need to think quite creatively about this. Unless we can address the structural changes in the workforce, which would be better. And then communication and education, we've kind of touched on this, but I would just say, if we're going to make these great changes, let's just make sure everyone knows about them. Let's make sure people know what happens to their pension while they're on maternity leave, so it doesn't cause them to opt out. And then just one final slide, just to flag this. I think ethnicity pensions gap is something that's also going to get a lot of attention. I could see this becoming a bigger talking point. You can see quite marked pension gaps between white ethnic groups and minority groups. So, up to 30% in some, and that's, men and women. And then on the right-hand side, 51% for women versus white men. So it's again, there's a really good study that's literally just come out in the last week or so on this, which shows that things are improving for younger women from ethnic backgrounds, but it's ethnic minority backgrounds, but it's a really important thing for us to be thinking about, as well as just gender. So I'm going to open to questions now. I'll put us on lunch while we have our questions. We all know what we've got at the end.
Do you want to call them in, or shall I? We've got a few, I think.
Oh, sorry, have I got to choose? Sorry, I was thinking someone was going to choose for me.
Thanks very much. That was a really interesting presentation, and I think the data was really helpful to try and understand how things are going. If I may, I have two slightly related questions and one which is a comment, which I would appreciate your thoughts on. The first is, how will conditional indexation amplify a gender pensions gap? Have you thought about this, and do you have any thoughts? And how will it also affect planning for retirement if there is conditional indexation, especially the lowest paid people might find that difficult? And then in relation to the points you made, and I think it was slide 46 on your list, how does casualization impact those figures? Because you talked about part-time work, but you didn't talk about casual work. So I wondered whether there was anything. And lastly, just a comment that I think I'm in the USS pension scheme, and I'm one of the things that employers always were talking about when we were in a time of deficit was, we've got to reduce contribution rates to prevent opt-outs. But actually, firstly, the employers were lying about a bunch of things, but what could really help is explaining to people what the benefits in the scheme are, not just what the contribution rate reductions will be.
Yep.
So I just wondered if you thought anything about that. Thank you.
Yep. Shall I don't know what the ethic. Shall I do 3 again? All right. Okay. We'll try and remember the questions. Yep. I can do 3.
Thank you. I'm Liz Lawrence. I chair UCU's Retired Members Committee. First of all, I wanted to ask about Jeremy mentioned equality impact assessments. I want to ask about equal pay audits and equal pension audits and whether we should have legislation for these. Last century, the TUC was very involved with the Just Pay Task Force, which was talking about having mandatory equal pay audits with legislation to make employers publish equal pay audits every 3 years. Unfortunately, we didn't get the legislation. But one question I've got is there a case for legislation for both that and pension forecasts to make people more aware? My other question is, how do we talk about this without blaming women and saying women make bad choices because they take time out of paid work for caring for people? How do we talk about what feminists used to call at times the underachievement of men in the home? In other words, how do we talk about these without getting into a framework which says, well, if women could just have working lives more like men, well, okay, some of us could because we didn't marry and we didn't have children and we just worked full time. But, a lot of people make choices. Going back to Marx, people make history, but they don't make it in circumstances of their choosing. And the same often goes with choices people make about whether to work full-time, part-time, whether to take time out of work. And we know part-time working can damage your wealth. But it's a question of how we have conversations as trade unions and members about this without either just depressing people because we're just telling them they're going to be poor in old age, or saying, well, you made all these bad choices, sorry. Okay?
Yeah. Should we do those, Jeremy, and then shall I start with the ones on conditional indexation?
I'd be very grateful for that.
Yeah. So I think generally my thought on conditional indexation is I think what you're talking about here is where you've got so conditional indexation could just means an element of your pension increases dependent on how the funding level of the scheme progresses. So let's assume the guarantee is nil, so all of the increases you receive. I think, yes, that does make it harder for people who are on low incomes to be certain that they will have enough income later in life. I'm not sure it will impact on the gender pensions gap that much in itself because it's affecting men and women in the same way. But I'm happy to, perhaps we pick it up in the break if you disagree rather than having a debate now. But I'd be interested in your thoughts. You've probably given this longer thought than me. And then your other point was on... Yes, on casual work. So yes, so I think that's very much in the same zone as kind of being self-employed. I think you could end up with far less pension if you're doing casual work. Yeah, I think that's what I wanted to ask is if you had any stats for that. I don't have any stats for it. No, no. But I would imagine it's quite dramatic. It would be my guess. Do you want to do the one on the reporting and then?
And just on the kind of casualisation point, within our scheme, if you leave within 2 years, then you just get your contributions back. They don't create a record within the scheme. So that was part of the difficulty with including casual staff in this. It is a kind of a gap in the methodology. And the use of casual staff where it isn't genuinely a requirement, and there's not a huge amount of things you might say that kind of obviously like seasonal work in local government. Why are you kind of putting a lot of, using casuals to do a lot of work, which is essentially ongoing work? That's a kind of separate question. I think for some of this will be put into legislation, so the local government regulations, local government pension scheme regulations will be changed. This will be a legal requirement, some of the changes I've outlined. We're hoping that most of the public sector schemes, their rules are set out in legislation, or I think for the civil service scheme, orders in council, hoping that will become a change, and that will then lead to changes to underlying kind of pensions practice. I think the point about retirement planning is really important, and that's partly how we want to talk. How do we talk to members of the scheme about what's in their best interest? How do they understand it? Who's actually helping them, giving them information to make good choices? And it's absolutely true that we don't want to condemn people as having made bad life choices. That kind of, as I was trying to say about very low-paid workers who stay members of the scheme rather than opting out. The kind of the rational economic choice is essentially to opt out for a lot of our members because they will live on benefits in later life, on means assessors' benefits in later life, and in a way, saves the government money. It won't actually save them money. I mean, there's obviously benefits in terms of being self-sufficient, in terms of your kind of sense of dignity, etc. And some people, would find that worthwhile on its own. But there's also this thing about, I think, a wider thing about the point about the kind of feminist analysis of what's going on, which is Also, one of the things, as I was saying about this, is pensions is very individualistic. It doesn't recognise a division of labour within couples. If you are a married couple and the relationship ends, then you're able to apply to the court to get a pension credit, to have a pension sharing order. Most people who go through separation don't do that because they're not aware of it, and the legal advisors don't tell them that probably one of the most important assets to get half of is the pension. Because if someone has stayed home and sacrificed their career in favour of, and the better paid man has stayed in work, then that was a choice that they thought was a shared choice. And then if the pension stays with one part, not the other, then they're kind of missing out. For unmarried couples, obviously there is nothing like a pension sharing order. You can't get that. Although our scheme recognises cohabiting partners at death, if you raise a family together and you separate just before the, even up to the point where the scheme member dies, you've got no claim on that pension whatsoever. No, you have to be cohabiting at the point of the person dies. So there's no way of sharing that. I think there is a thing about, the pension schemes always reflect the social society in which they're built. Does the pension scheme and benefit design still work for the way we live and the way we raise families, blended families, etc.? And I think that's a kind of broader question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm on the Institute, well, I was on the Institute of Actuaries working group for this, and one of the things they were putting forward were things like family pensions, where you contributed as a couple rather than to an individual pension, because pension's one of those things that people tend to see as their own, weirdly. People will see the house as the joint asset, but they'll see their pension as their pension. And for that reason, it's often not split as part of a divorce when you might think it should be. It's really interesting, your point about women being kind of blamed for this, because I've got quite a good friend, and every time I mention this, she goes, yeah, tell me how silly women are and how we don't invest properly. And you're right, it's very hard to get away from that. But it's an education piece, isn't it? It's just being aware that your pension's going to be basically a reflection of your earnings over your whole career. So if you go part-time, your average earnings are going to be lower. But it's difficult.
Mike Farmer, UCU. I was interested in the data you put up earlier about the difference in the gender pay gap between different groups, and I was particularly interested in your comments about teachers. There are a number of institutions where the employees are either in the local government scheme or in the teacher scheme.
Yep.
Is there any scope for work between the LGPS and the TPS on those employers who have employees in both of those schemes as to whether it's employer behaviour that's having an impact? So, in other words, making comparisons between the gender pay gap in the two groups in those particular workforces. I'm particularly thinking of schools, academies, and further education colleges and some universities. And just one sort of a comment or a question. We're facing a number of institutions where the institution wants to opt out of the pension scheme. My local university, University of Gloucestershire, for example, is one example. Is there anything that we can do in respect of the impact on the gender pensions gap that might have, that we might use as a campaigning tool?
Okay.
I will need the microphone. Thanks. Damien McNulty from NASUWT, the Teachers Union. And just on that point, we see in our occupational maternity scheme, in the Teachers' Pensions scheme, a scheme that hasn't changed for the last 25 years, where if a woman takes the full 52 weeks entitlement, she'll receive 23% of her income in that year. Some of you may have heard the Secretary of State championing last week that teachers' maternity pay is going to double. Well, the first 4 weeks of 100% pay is going to double to 8 weeks. That's actually going to increase that 23% to 25%. if someone exercises the 52 weeks. It's changed down the back of the sofa in terms of the career impact that's going to have on those members. So the structure of the maternity benefits are the most significant contribution, followed by when those women, many of those women want to return to work on a not full-time basis. There are very limited numbers of part-time employment. So many of those women fall out of the teachers' pension scheme because they become supply teachers, and they're not enrolled in the teachers' pension scheme anymore. So it's a double whammy. Thank you.
There's the one at the back. I might be imagining it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Steve Thomas, Prospect. Firstly, thank you for the compliments about the work previously. So not mine, but I'll take the compliment anyway. We'll be doing our annual survey over the next couple of months. We're giving some thought to how we might want to present that this year, mindful of impact of that, and happy to invite colleagues along to it at the time. It was really just to say thank you, actually, to the work that's been done by Jeremy and colleagues on the LGPS changes, which we've shamelessly nicked or tried to nick and present back to the civil service for exactly the reasons as described. I think I've got one question, if I may. I appreciate we've got very limited time. So that work's been successful. I mean, huge amount of work and praise for it. It's been successful. I just wanted to kind of get a sense of not just what the impact will be, but how to maximise the impact of it in terms of communication and engaging with pension scheme members to make sure that they take advantage, for want of a better phrase, of the improvements that you've delivered.
Yeah. Shall I say something about the joint schemes?
So
we wrote to Laura Trott when she was Chief Secretary Treasury and responsible for the public sector schemes, saying we think all the public sector schemes need to do this analysis. It's part of your public sector equality duties. We've done it. It's not hard to do. GAD did it for us. GAD are the actuary for the other schemes. You must do this for the other schemes. And some of the other schemes, I think, Prospect, so within the civil service scheme, we're asking for this, I think in the NHS scheme as well. So hopefully that will happen, because as you say, we look after the non-teaching staff, the teaching staff are in a different pension scheme. Same is true for the fire authorities, for the police authorities. There's various kind of places where we interact. And as an employer, I want to have all the data. I want to see probably the occupational segregation, so the teachers and my non-teaching staff, what's the difference between them? Is that justifiable? And also, what's the difference within teachers and what's the difference within non-teaching staff? So you want to have that full picture, absolutely. I think that's absolutely correct.
Yeah. Your point on opting out, I'll think about that and come back to you, because it's probably a bit more thinking time and probably quite a long answer, potentially. And the final one was on the communication, wasn't it? And I think this is, I mean, the communication, I think it comes down to, there's always a debate about who is responsible for the communication of these things. Should it be the administrator? Should it be the employers? You know, unions have a really important role in this, I think, because I think as you were alluding to, people will make decisions about what they're going to do, and they won't necessarily even tell their employer that they're making that decision. They'll just do some online research. And so I think it's important to have information that's provided, that you can access, that you're given before you make your decision, and then at the point of the decision making, or when you tell your employer you've made that decision, consistency of what's provided to different people from different employers. That's something that's crucial, really. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you. It's so important that the people are aware of it.
Yeah, well, we're also looking at having more segmented communications, because currently we have one kind of retirement leaflet, one divorce leaflet. We have one leaflet, and we try and make that accessible to everybody. But I think what we're starting to see, and the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries has done kind of research on how different people think about their pensions, and it's kind of talking to them in a language they understand. It's not so much. I mean, education makes it sound like we're telling them kind of what's what, but it's actually just communicating to people in language they understand. And also the kind of cultural background as well. So I think we want to get a bit more sophisticated in how we talk to our members, about these, which are quite kind of big decisions, helping them make the right decision, and not which isn't telling them what decision to make, but just communicating effectively.
I think it's just all about just making it as easy as possible for people to end up on the right track. Yeah.
That's like a great place to wrap things up. Thank you very much for that really interesting and informative presentation. And people have got lots of things to take away and try and kind of put into practice there. So thank you very much for that. We've now got an hour for lunch. We're running about 10 minutes late, so we'll be back in this room at 2 o'clock for the sessions on the State Pension Age Review and the Pension Commission. Thanks all.
Yes, yeah, it's always a bit of a competition for the
And then if you want, you can go and present at the lectern, and then you can come back here and take questions and stand out and
There's something comfort blanket about being behind the lectern, I have to say.
Well, especially with slides.
Yeah.
I like it with slides, right? Then you do it, and you should be able to see them. Oh, do you have a clicker? Let's just check. Oh, there's a clicker on.
How was Minister this morning?
Oh, I mean,
We just turned up.
he was great. He was here. He did very typical Torsten. We sort of run through the economy. There's a takedown of everyone who's arguing more broadly. We can afford to cut taxes as well as funding public services. Anyone who's claiming the having to do anything on pensions. Very thoughtful, honest answers on the ability to do anything about questions like the WASPy woman. You know, so and yeah, so he was but no big new announcements. We sort of canter through what the government is doing, ambitious, but quite and just wanting to be ambitious in this space, but not. Oh, is it on the screen? Can you get rid of it?
Thanks for letting us know, Jack.
No, I mean it's quite good because I didn't actually say anything offensive or rude. Right? It was good. That's a first for me, finding myself live transcripted. Look, is that on? I'm not.
Oh, maybe it is.
Oh, maybe it is. That doesn't. Right. Okay. Well, that is. Do you know what? I'm very. But let's be grateful that we found that out of this proceeding, rather than any other point. I'm so glad for my professional judgment. As are you. Okay, everybody, we're ready to get started. Yeah, great to have a cheer to start the afternoon session. Welcome back. Great to be here. My name is Nicola Smith. I am Policy Director here at the TUC, and I'm chairing the next couple of sessions. And I am absolutely delighted to be joined by Dr. Susie Morrissey, who is the independent reviewer of the state pension age, appointed here in the UK last July. Also Deputy Director of the Pensions Policy Institute, and before that, Director of Policy and Research at the Retirement Commission in New Zealand, which carries out a statutory 3-year review of the country's pensions policy there. Now, Susie's going to be handing in her review to the government in the UK shortly, but she is not able to say today, no surprises, what the recommendations are going to be. So I am not expecting that anyone is going to ask any questions nor get any answers on that topic. But she is going to speak thoroughly and fully about the process she's gone through, about the evidence that she's received, and about how that has informed her thinking. So I think she's got about a 20-minute presentation, do you, Susie? There's slides. We'll have some time for questions at the end. Thank you very much, Susie.
Yeah, thanks very much. Very sorry not to be able to do huge reveals today, but you'll understand I'll get in far too much trouble if I do that. So I will, yes, instead just talk you through about what has happened, what we've heard, and then hopefully not too soon in the future you can see what the Secretariat and myself have made of what we've heard, and then as further time passes, what the government has made of it. So I have to use my big thumb pressure. So just to set the scene in terms of these state pension age reviews, you may or may not know it's actually kind of great that we have this process in the UK. It varies a lot around the world. Countries that I've lived and worked in all my adult life, accent for which I apologise, we don't have these kind of rules, we don't have these kind of structures in place. So the fact that you actually have a legislated period whereby you know they're going to be reviewed is actually a little bit I would say helpful, others may disagree. So the first and foremost point that you can see there on the slide is that in the legislation, the Secretary of State is directed to look at what is happening with respect to life expectancy, which makes sense. That seems like an obvious kind of starting point for what you're needing to think about with the state pension aid. So it looks at whether the rules are correct based on what life expectancy is doing at the moment, and has to prepare and publish a report. So that's what the Secretary of State has to do about every 6 years, but it varies. Sometimes they did it a bit. There is less time between me and the last review because obviously Baroness Neville Rolfe was working in a sort of COVID period, and now I'm able to come in and look at largely post-COVID data, so that's useful. So that's what the government have to do. And the way that they do that is they get some of the rest of us to do some work to support that. So there are two key inputs into the State Pension Age Review report that the government will release. One of those is what I'm doing. So that's the second part there. Appoint a person to prepare a report on specified factors, and I'll talk about my terms of reference. So I'm one of them. The other key one is the Government Actuaries Department, GAD. So they have to prepare a report for the government. And so this is where we're getting those conversations about not just life expectancy, but how is that comparing with our life course? So how much time are we on average, of course, and the devil's always in the averages, but how much time are we spending in retirement based on these life expectancies that we have? So the GAD will have been preparing their report. I've been preparing my report. They both get submitted into the Secretary of State, and then the government will, at the timing of their choosing, there's no legislative time frame set, will respond and issue their report. So I'm the third, this is the third State Pension Age Review, so the third independent report. Each of us have had different terms of reference. So we're obviously all largely looking at the same area, but from a different perspective. So the first one was quite broad, quite wide-ranging. Mr. John Cridland issued two reports, issued an interim report, then later on issued his final report, and it was quite a broad piece of work. The second report, Baroness Neville Rolfe, she was particularly asked to look at metrics. So this idea of, for example, what percentage of adult life should one spend in retirement? So where should we set the state pension age relative to life expectancy, so ALIA, if I use that term again later, adult life in retirement. And she also, for example, was looking at another metric like the percentage of GDP that we spend on the state pension, which is another way of looking at expenditure. So her report very much focused on these types of metrics. Mine looks at something completely different again. So the Secretary of State this time has asked me to look at these particular factors. And I'm just going to bring my water over here because that's going to help. So I've, of course, now though my hand is next to a glass of water, so in treacherous, perhaps I should do this. So these are my terms of reference. So I've been asked to identify the factors that the government should consider when thinking about the state pension age. So obviously we started with life expectancy, and that seems like a natural course place to start. But life expectancy, of course, is not the same for all of us. We're not all going to experience the same duration or quality of life in terms of health. So there are many factors to consider. So that's what I've been asked to do. So exactly as it says, the merits of linking the state pension age to life expectancy, so merits and therefore also, reasons why one wouldn't do that. So kind of looking at that link and examining that. And as I said, we've got issues there that we might be thinking about of the fact that, we're familiar with the healthy life expectancy data that came out the other day. You've probably seen some of those stories about how across the country we've got really different experiences in terms of how long people are going to be living in a healthy state, and let alone how long people are going to be living at all. So that's that question. And they've included there a question about fairness between generations. So between younger and older generations, but also, that inequality in life experience that I've just been touching on is one of those intergenerational differences as well, and different experiences that they've got. So there's, I guess, a broad question of fairness when we're thinking about things like life expectancy. It's asked me to look at the role of the state pension in maintaining the long-term sustainability. So, of course, a very fiscal perspective. We know that when we move the state pension age, it reduces the expenditure. The OBR figures that were out last year is talking about $1 billion. So we know it has this big impact when we change it. But so I've been asked to look at its role, and that's what it does. And then the third thing that I've been asked to look at is this thing called automatic adjustment mechanisms, AAM. So these are a thing that are in place commonly in Europe, not everywhere. Only 9 out of the OECD countries has them. They're not especially common, but the OECD and I think the World Bank as well had expressed positive kind of views on having an AAM. So what that does is, as it sounds, it's automatic. So once you have a rise in the life expectancy, it automatically triggers a rise in the state pension age, and the relativity, whether that's 1 for 1 or 1 for 3 months, or varies greatly. And in different parts of Europe, some of them also allow it to work the other way, because obviously I mentioned the pandemic, obviously during those years, actually we saw life expectancy changing, we saw mortality figures moving, and so there are some countries that have actually got the ability to move the state pension age back the other way, but not all of them that use that. So those are the core elements of what I was asked to do. And in terms of what that needs to look like as an output, so it's talking about an evidence base. So it's really, facts and figures galore, data and tables for all those who find that sort of thing interesting, and with apologies to those who don't, but there's a nice exec summary. So to find that evidence base that kind of explains all of those differences and those areas of consideration, as I said, that needed to be identified, and then really talk about those different groups of people. Who is it that are experiencing these different life courses? So it particularly directs across regions and nations, as we would expect, obviously across the devolved nations as well as the UK as a whole, and then also across time. So that issue of how things are looking for the current generation about to move into state pension age, and those of us just that one behind who are coming through next. And it also asks me to report on the views of stakeholders, so organisations and expert opinion. So I have also been doing that. Excuse me. So I talked to lots of people. So we had a call for evidence so that anyone who wanted to could write in and provide written evidence, which a number of people did. So as you can see, 70 plus organisations and very many responses from individuals for the Secretariat to work through, largely through Organise, so there were quite many of them are quite similar, but nonetheless, just so you can get a sense of how many pieces of evidence we were dealing with. So we had that. That was one of the first things that we did, as we were saying, kicked off in late July, and then we, as soon as possible, opened the call for evidence so we could start hearing from people. Went out and about a little bit to talk to people in the devolved nations to get that different story, to understand how things perhaps might be different in Northern Ireland to here, for example, but also Cardiff in Edinburgh. So we did that over the next few months. We held an academic roundtable, so to get some broader views of what people might think, people who are used to having that time and approach of critically examining the system that we've got. So we convened some academics together. But then speaking to all of the people that you might be expecting us to speak to, excuse me. So in the countries that had them, we spoke to the older people commissioners, we spoke to stakeholder groups for older people, and we got to as many people as we could. So naturally, obviously, we had the pension experts as well, a range of political representatives from across the benches, across the two houses. We spoke to a number of think tanks, again, who have a range of perspectives on the state pension age and other things. I spoke to the pension specialists in this house, and we also chatted to future retirees. So we spoke with the National Youth Agency and spoke to some representatives from the Youth Parliament. So just to try and get, as broad a view as we can, because obviously we're thinking about, my task was to look at the factors to consider for the state pension age. So that's pre-retirees, that's not people who aren't there yet. So whilst we spoke to older people's groups to get, the complete understanding, we made sure that we were speaking to people who weren't there yet, and we started with the younger ones, or started on the spectrum of age, with the younger ones with the Youth Parliament as well. So that's been a lot of what we've been doing over the last few months. And then collecting the evidence, as I say. So I'll just present a few of the key things that we heard. So life expectancy is still projected to increase. So that hasn't changed. But the rate at which we're projecting life expectancy to increase has really slowed. So when you look at those, back to those previous reports and what they were imagining was happening, we're not there. So life expectancy, again, this is obviously an average figure for the UK, life expectancy is still increasing, but not as fast as we had thought. Now, healthy life expectancy, and I've mentioned this before without really describing that, but it's kind of what it says on the tin, the amount of years of life that we can expect to spend in good health. Healthy life expectancy is falling. So the latest data shows those figures falling, and they've been falling for a while. So we might be living longer, but on average, at least 20 of those are going to be in poorer health. And of course, this is relevant for an increasing state pension age where you might be expecting to therefore have to be trying to stay in paid work for longer, and just trying to reconcile where our health figures are and our ability to do that. And obviously that's going to vary greatly depending on what you do for a living, but this is the kind of thing that we need to be, we believe is important, and we heard. And again, when we're talking, as I said, in the terms of reference, they had that request there that we're examining these issues of fairness. And what we see is that across the country, we have these really marked differences. So a 20% less later life in good health for people in certain parts of the, I'm not even sure where that is, south, certain part of the south, compared to the northwest. I know where Blackpool is, compared to the northwest. So really big differences. So when we're talking about this generational fairness issues, we've got this real big tension between the, people of the same generation who, depending on their socioeconomic, their demographic situation, are going to be experiencing life in a very different way. And of course, not everyone experiences life in the same way, and I'm not suggesting for a minute that I'm expecting there to be some, ideal state where all is well and butterflies and roses, but obviously 20% of differences across what is a relatively short distance, these are significant. And if you're thinking about how fairness plays into the policies that we've got, I think it's important that we kind of recognise these differences. So I talked about working, paid work, being employed. Now, currently we don't have the majority of people staying in work until state pension age. We only have just over 42% of people still in paid work at age 65. And of course, from next month, it's age 67. So we're already losing people out of the paid workforce before they get to state pension age. So that's what the data show us. That's what's actually happening currently. When we ask people why they're leaving, they give a range of reasons, but one that we do hear a lot is caring for family members. So yes, there are some people who just want to retire. The biggest reason that people stay is ill health, which ties in with the healthy life expectancy figures that I was showing you. So that's kind of the largest reason that the biggest number of people give ill health as a reason for leaving the labour market early. But yeah, then we start to get into this issue of people leaving to care for family members. And there's a whole bunch of conversations that you could have there about whether they need to exit entirely, what kind of work are they doing, what's their flexibility. There's all sorts of conversations that you can have within that, but I'll just leave that there for now, because that's the level of the detail from the data is ill health and caring. And as I acknowledged briefly, obviously some groups are going to find it harder. Some roles are just going to be harder to do for longer. I know this is obvious, forgive me, but so there will be. And so some of that's physical, some of that's the stuff that we go to straight away. But there is also again, from the submissions that we received, plenty of groups talking about the fact that it's not just physical work, it's the emotional and psychological kind of load that some of these roles involve, whether they're really appropriately done by people up to, just before their 67th birthday. So that's the kind of things that we've heard. And then in terms of what does it do to people when the state pension age rises, what the data shows us there is that we have an increase in poverty in that age group. So in that immediate year before, we see more people in poverty. And obviously that's linked to the fact that we've got so many people that have come out of the labour market already, so they're not in paid work by that point. They're either relying on perhaps their own savings. There is that early access into our defined contribution retirement savings, so some people might be using that, but obviously a lot of those people are going to be reliant on government benefits. And so that's what we've seen, a 14 percentage point increase in pre-SPA poverty the last time that the state pension age was raised. So, what happens now? So, I'm allowed to say that my report is due to be submitted in the spring. The best I can do there is assure you that the definition of spring that they're using is a definition that any person on the street would agree with, rather than any other, So it's a real spring deadline for me to submit my report. And then, as I said, the government also will receive the GAD report and put their response together and then issue that, and then we'll see what will go. So a couple of things to say before I sit down and ask questions. As you heard in my terms of reference, I was not asked to make a recommendation on the state pension age. I was not asked to speak to timing, and so I haven't, and I can't, but I'm happy to answer questions on what you've heard.
Thanks so much, Susie. Is that on? That's great. Thank you for persisting despite your sore throat. And I'm also not quite sure I know where Wokingham is, if I'm honest. My kids are listening to War of the Worlds, and I know it's featured very strongly in there. So I'm going to go away geographically and look at it after this. But a couple of points that really struck me from what you had to say was that really sharp fall we've seen in healthy life expectancy and the higher risk of poverty that those who are not able to work in between the period of becoming too unwell or having caring responsibilities and accessing the state pension. And we also see, like with a different hat on, I see that popping up in heightened government concern about incapacity benefit level claims. And we know that a lot of that is driven, while there is rightly a focus on young people's labour market outcomes, by older people, older women who are caring and claiming incapacity benefits in between the period where they would have previously got a state pension. So I'm interested in whether you have had any evidence about the sorts of mitigations that could be put in place to allow us to better bridge that gap between the point at which somebody leaves the labour market and they access their state pension age. And I'm also interested in just the wider experience you've had of working in New Zealand, of the review here, all the examples you referenced from around Europe, and whether you think we need something more beyond the current legislation to make sure we return more regularly to these questions, and whether there's good practice elsewhere we could draw from. So maybe start with that, and then I'm going to open up to the floor. So think about your questions, and we've got about 10 minutes.
Okay, there's plenty in there. So, so in terms of mitigations, some people want to see early state pension access for certain groups of people, which you can understand why people might raise that, and I guess the considerations there are okay, who exactly, and is that based on what you're doing today, and how long do you have had to have been doing that So I guess that's a kind of, you know, and then, okay, how much do you get? Do you get all of it? Do you get an actuarially adjusted, posh phraseology? Do you get a lesser amount because you're taking it early? Well, the state pension, whilst we're all extremely grateful and thankful for it, is not super well paid. And so if you reduced it, then you'll butt up against pension credit and concerns about adequacy that other people are dealing with. So there's quite a lot to consider in there. It happens in certain places overseas. Get the state pension a bit earlier for a bit less money, or take a pension a bit later for a bit more money. It happens. Generally within a bit of a different welfare system as a whole. Obviously, you can never just look at one little cog in this big wheel, because it is a big interconnected wheel. So there's that as an option. There's allow access to pension credit early. There's increased UC. There's, as I said, you can access your defined contribution pension pot, use your own money if you have it to sustain you. So there are lots of different options, and you know, as with everything in life, they've all got good points and not so good points. So that's a kind of bit of an answer to the first bit. The second bit, like I said, I think it's really great that you have a legislative process for reviewing the age, and that you have an independent reviewer. I'm not a government official. I've just come in and say my day job's at the Pension Policy Institute, so I'm a pensions researcher. So, you know, you get somebody in independently to look at issues. I think that's a really good thing. As I say, I'm not aware of that in other jurisdictions. At the Retirement Commission in New Zealand, we look at pension issues more broadly, so state pension and what you would think of as occupational and private pensions here, every 3 years. But the Retirement Commission is part of the government. It's arm's length. It's called an autonomous Crown entity for any government buffs. So it's not part of the DWP equivalent, but it is still government. So it's cannot speak as freely as an independent person can. So again, pros and cons.
Thanks so much, Susie. Okay, I've got a gentleman in the back with a blue shirt, gentleman here with a red jumper, and a woman with a black jumper there. I'll take three, then I'll come round for one more round, but we'll have to be quite quick.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to ask, I went to Sweden some years ago, and they have a contribution level of 18% out there, 2 parts of 8 or part of 2%, and they're doing very well. But my question is that, when you did your review, did you interview the WASPy women, for example, who've been complaining about the rise in state pension age, etc.? And the biggest fear which people have is the threat to the triple lock. Did you examine any of that?
You want to take a question? Okay. Just go.
My question concerns the second of your two terms, sustainability of the state pension. And the question is quite simple. How can you possibly address that question without recognising first the centrality of productivity growth in determining the sustainability of everything?
Okay, thank you. And the woman with the black jumper?
Yes, it's not really a question. It's more of a sort of whinge, I suppose.
Well, I'm happy to hear it, but if it could be a relatively quick whinge, that would be great.
There are those of us who reached state pension age before 2016 who definitely took pension earlier than people now would. And we did have the option to keep paying, but it wasn't what it said on the tin. We thought we would get a full pension when we started taking our pension in 2016. And we are now getting mostly around £2,000 a year less in state pension than people who have been on the new system. And I mean, obviously, if you leave it long enough, we'll all die off, and that would be handy. But I do think it's a bit much, really, to expect somebody, even if you're not frail, and I'm not frail, I don't think, to try and get by on less than 10,000 a year. Whereas if we were a little bit younger, we would have more than 12. And that's not fair.
Well, thanks for making that point, and I'm sure speaks to the importance of clarity and also to the work Susie's doing really on making sure that we have a sustainable system moving forward. But Susie, I'll leave you to reflect on which of those points you feel able to answer, and then we'll do one more round.
Thank you. Yeah, we have a really low contribution rate, relatively speaking, to other countries in the UK. And you know, the example that you give, obviously Sweden, it's a different type of welfare state. People make much higher contributions into their welfare state and they get much more back for it, you know, but in terms of the duration of time that they're able to receive benefits and the payment rate for them. For parental leave is a classic example in Sweden. So it's one of those structural differences. You know, they just do things very differently there than they do here. That doesn't mean this country couldn't operate differently, but that's a very different state there. But yeah, contribution rates here are low, so there's a question of whether they should review, and my colleague from the Pensions Commission will no doubt talk to some of that later. So yes, I mean, it's a live question what the contribution rate should be, and even just whether you should have one, right? Because we've been talking about, you know, whether a single state, it's the challenge of a single state pension age that is, you know, comes up as difficult when we're talking about people's different health and different work. So even just that one fixed contribution rate, that's an open question about whether that's the best approach. It was completely out of scope for me to consider the issues of the WASPI women, so I didn't engage with them. And I was asked to look at the long-term sustainability of the state pension, so I have considered the fiscal aspects of that in my report. Productivity growth, yep, obviously that's a live issue as to productivity in the UK, and again, I've been asked to look at sustainability of the state pension, so that's based on what we know about current GDP, but obviously we don't know how that's going to move in the future, and obviously completely out of scope of my work.
Well, and if we heard from the Minister this morning, hopefully on a trajectory to higher investment and stronger growth in years ahead, but let's see. One more quick round of questions. I've got a woman here with a yellow jumper, woman in the pink jumper, and a gentleman over there in a blue shirt and a maroon jumper.
I wanted to talk about the option of flexible retirement to continue making contributions to the state pension. So, for example, NHS. One of the difficulties is that the Equality 2010 law isn't applied very well by employers and managers to support older staff with chronic conditions who could continue working. So I think that legislation needs to be tightened up to support workers. The second issue is quite a few managers aren't trained in employment law, they're clinicians. And so once again, support isn't given to keep people in work, and life can become very difficult. And sometimes the aim is to go for constructive dismissal rather than trying to support or offer an alternative job role. How can that be resolved? Because I've represented several colleagues over the years, and it's very distressing.
Okay, thanks. And woman here?
I have read that people should be given 10 years' notice of any state pension age change, and it can only go up by 1 year. Is that true?
Okay, thanks very much. And final question was the gentleman over there with the blue shirt.
Is the data for healthy life expectancy as robust as for life expectancy?
Thanks very much. Great questions to end on. Susie, I'll hand over to you. Any final closing remarks you want to make in responses to which of those points you feel able to?
Sure. I suspect the gentleman probably knows that the healthy life expectancy data is a question. So healthy life expectancy data that's presented to us is largely based on self-reported data. And so some people think that that's the best way because how we feel is the best indication of our ability to stay in work and have a quality of life, some people. And some people think that that's entirely the wrong way to do it, and it should be a clinical assessment. So, so the healthy life expectancy data, I think, is a very important contribution into the mix. And again, a question for different part of government about what type of data it wants to collect and how it wants to make investments in terms of if it wanted to change that. To the lady's question, the 10-year rule is the 10-year notice is a convention rather than a legislative. And the 1 year, again, there's no legislative mandate. No, it's not legislation. So so they don't have to do that. Another review that was completed slightly before mine was the Mayfield review that was looking at people in employment with chronic conditions and disabilities, and Charlie made a series of recommendations that focused on changing employer practices to better support their employees who find themselves in that situation, to both help them with their recuperation and to maintain their labour market connection. So I think there's probably lots in the Mayfield review that we can learn from.
Thank you so much, Susie, for such full answers and saying so much about something where we still aren't able to know the details until the daffodils have all come up. So thank you again for your time. Look forward to reading your report. Thanks so much. Yeah, keep walking. And now, Nick, do you want to come up? That's great. We're just going to move straight into our next session. There you go. Oh, and the eagle-eyed among you will have seen that I've been joined on stage by Nick Pearce. Thank you so much, Nick, for giving us your time today. Currently Head of Policy and Director at the Institute for Policy Research in the University of Bath, but with huge previous experience leading policy in the previous Labour Prime Minister's office in Number 10, as well as on schools and families and skills and university policy across the policy unit. Nick's current role, as many of you will know, is one of 3 members of the new Pensions Commission, where the other 2 members, as I think you will probably all know here, are Sir Ian Cheshire and our own Jeannie Drake. So everyone here will know that the Turner Commission was an enormous policy success under the last Labour government, that it led to the introduction of auto-enrolment in 2012, and we were all extremely glad to see a new Pensions Commission launched, or a relaunch, I think it was described as, last July, to revisit the previous Commission's work. We were also really glad to see at the launch, and Jack and I were there, that there was a pledge from the government to work really closely with stakeholders, including both the TUC and the CBI, and that trade unions have been feeding actively into all of the evidence gathering that the Commission has been undertaking so far through a liaison group, which our own Jack Jones is coordinating. And it would be remiss of me not to say there are also, of course, similar structures for employers and the pensions industry and civil society. So again, we're really happy to have Nick here. Of course, he cannot discuss what the Pensions Commission is going to be recommending. It is not reporting, as he will tell us, for some time, but it is doing a very thorough analysis of the evidence, and there's lots that we can discuss about the themes and the issues that have been coming to the Commission and that are informing their thinking. Nick's just going to give a few minutes introduction about what they've been doing. I've got some questions to put to him, and then we're just going to open it to the floor and get in as many questions as we can. So start thinking now about what you would like to ask Nick.
Great, thanks very much indeed, Nicola, and thank you for the invitation to come here today to speak to a trade union audience. I wonder if there's anybody from my union in the audience. I'm in the University and College Union, yep, down here. Very good, okay, 3 or 4 members. And of course, we play a very important role in that union in the governance of the University Superannuation Scheme, which I'm a member of too. And as Nicola said, we in the Pensions Commission have been structuring our engagement in this first phase of our work through stakeholder groups, one of which is led by my fellow Commissioner Jeannie Drake with the TUC and with the unions, another with the business community, with the pensions industry, and then I've been leading work with the advocacy groups and the charitable and voluntary sector. So we've been engaged in a process of consultation and discussion. like Susie, we're another one where we're waiting for the sort of daffodils to come and go, and we're planning a first interim report setting out the evidence as we see it in the spring. So whether that will be real spring or Whitehall spring is yet to be determined. And then a final report in 2027, spring of 2027, which will set out all of our recommendations. As Nicola said, we've been established as a sort of reconstituted pensions commission. So there are 3 of us, as there were for Adair Turner's commission, myself, Jeannie Drake, as I said, who was on the first commission, obviously, and Sir Ian Cheshire. We've been tasked with, if you like, finishing the job. What does that mean? Well, we take that to mean that the fundamentals of the settlement put in place after the Turner Commission, and which we can talk about, have endured pretty much since the early 2000s, 2004, then 2006, a final report, that of a system of auto-enrolment and contributions on qualifying earnings into workplace pensions, a new single flat rate, higher, more generous state pension, and increases in the state pension age. Those reforms and the creation of a National Employment Savings Trust, the creation of NEST, those reforms have been very, very successful. They have endured, and our task is not to go back to kind of try to tear up that settlement and start again. It is to see where that settlement isn't working and needs reform, and to think in particular out to 2050. Our task is to look out to pensioner incomes and living standards in 2050 and beyond. So to take that longer term view, which the original Turner Commission, the original Pensions Commission did. And we've been asked to look at that question through 3 lenses of adequacy. So what's the adequacy of pensioner incomes in the 2050s? Through the fairness lens, so thinking about the different pensions that people are accruing and retiring on, how those are distributed, if you like, across different groups in society, the fairness within the pensioner population as well as fairness between generations, and then sustainability. And sustainability, again, thinking, as Susie has mentioned, through the lens not just of fiscal sustainability, but of the sustainability of the system itself, how if you like, politically and economically sustainable it is. So those are the 3 lenses we've been given to look at. We've been, as I say, going through a process of engaging with stakeholders, collecting the evidence. We have a very good team in the department, Work and Pensions, supporting us, an analytical team, a team of policy specialists doing lots of the work. And our interim report will contain all the evidence as we see it on the challenges we've been set. So it'll be very, we hope, very thorough analysis of the evidence and setting out the areas where we think then there needs to be further public debate and discussion and engagement with the unions, employers, the industry, wider society, as we then think about policy recommendations in those areas across the state and occupational and private pensions system out for 2050 and beyond. So that will be what we're doing after we publish our interim report. We'll say, here's the evidence. Let's engage on that, let's engage on these challenges, and then try to do what the original Pensions Commission did, I think, very successfully, which is to build, if not a perfect consensus, it didn't get agreement on everything, but it got a broad consensus to the reforms that were needed. And our hope and ambition is that we can do something similar with our final report, because in the area of, particularly with pensions policy, it's not only pensions policy, but particularly with pensions policy, it is really important that things can endure for the long term. By definition, you're talking about policies that can't be switched on and off each year. They have to really be embedded and endure because they're addressing longer term questions. And so our hope is that we can achieve something like that kind of consensus with our work when we publish our final report in 2027 and beyond. So that's the basic sort of backdrop to it all. That's the sort of how we're doing our work, what we're looking at. Very happy to talk further about it, Nick.
Thanks so much. And I mean, I suppose I should say from the TUC's perspective, we also strongly recognise the need for a consensus across this work and for a long-term solution. We discussed previously, but we look back at the 2017 report under Theresa May's government, which was called Maintaining the Momentum on Auto-Enrolment, and we're all extremely conscious that, you know, no momentum has been sustained since that point, and there's a pressing need now to act. And I suppose, Nick, with that in mind, I mean, can you tell us a bit about what the evidence you are gathering points to in terms of the biggest challenges, whether that is particular groups of workers at particular incomes or people in particular types of work, but where are you finding the highest risks for people having the poorest incomes in retirement are?
Yeah, sure. Well, in part, this hangs on the question of how you define adequacy and how you think about adequacy. And at the moment, as people will know, there are sort of two basic ways in which the pension system, if you like, or the outcomes of the pension system are considered in respect of incomes in retirement and the adequacy of those. The first is through replacement rates. So how much of your pre-retirement income are you replacing in retirement? How far are you able to smooth your consumption over the life course, if you like? And the first Pensions Commission, the Turner Commission, worked with sort of 5 bands of pre-retirement earnings, and then 5 replacement rates. So said if you're in the lowest band of earnings, you'd want to get 80% of your pre-retirement income in retirement, and if you're in the highest, you'd get 50%. On the basis that obviously you don't have costs in retirement that you have in work, things like commuting costs, all those sorts of things. And the Turner Commission also assumed that all pensioners were homeowners, so you had no housing costs in retirement. And it doesn't surprise me that that elicits that response, because obviously that is a very big change since the Turner Commission. But that's one way of looking at retirement incomes, and the other is the Pensions UK industry standards, which are based not on income but on expenditure, what you might need to spend in retirement to achieve a certain standard of living. And working in particular with researchers at the University of Loughborough who work with groups of the public to determine what is a minimum acceptable standard of living, what would be a moderate standard, and what would be a comfortable standard. Now, those aren't government standards; they're done by the industry, actually, in the case of the target replacement rates, those aren't government targets per se, but they've been used by the industry and by the Department of Work and Pensions to think about adequacy. So the first thing we're doing, and a sort of rather long-winded way around answering, is to say we need to look at all those ways of thinking about adequacy, those metrics, and are they doing the right things? Are they capturing all the income that people are taking into retirement to start with? So it's not just your earnings that you might be thinking about in terms of replacing in pension incomes. You might be getting income from financial assets, you might have income from housing and property, you might have income from rents and so on, as well as your pension income. And of course, for all of the population, there is the state pension and its role. And so we have to think about the relationship between what you're taking into retirement from your occupational private savings and what your assets, and what you're taking from the state pension, and putting those two together when we think about adequacy. And just a final point on that is again worth mentioning. The first Pensions Commission said that the basic state pension and the second state pension, which in 2016, as we know, became the single new state pension, should get you to about 30 to 31% of median earnings, if you're a median earner. 8% of your earnings on the qualifying earnings band from the lower to upper limits from your auto-enrolment, so that 8% of auto-enrolled workplace savings would get you another 15 to 18%, what it said. And so broadly, the median earner is getting to 46 to 50% through a combination of the state pension and their auto-enrolment at 8% of qualifying earnings. After that, if you wanted to get up to higher replacement rates, and so for the median earner, the Pensions Commission said people want about 2/3 of their pre-retirement earnings in retirement. That will come from voluntary saving. That would come from your own additional contributions in work or other forms of saving. The auto-enrolment system and the state pension are getting you to 46 to 50. And our task in the Pensions Commission is to think a little bit about that. How are we anchoring public policy so that the state pension and auto-enrolment, what are they generating, and how what income in retirement can we expect from them for different for people at different levels of earnings and then income. Now, to come to the point about the question of what the evidence is telling us about things, it's definitely telling us that however you think about adequacy, whether you, in the ways I've been describing, people are not saving enough, people are not going to retire in 2050 on adequate incomes, and how you think about this and how you use these metrics depends where you sort of put your focus. But if you think about minimum income standards, for example, then your focus will be on getting everybody up to that minimum, and you'll be much more concerned about low earners. If you're focused on target replacement rates, you're more worried about higher earners because they're further away from their target replacement rates because the state pension is doing so much for the lowest earners, right? So those are the sorts of things we have to be thinking about. But overall, people are not saving enough, and we also know that we've got a particular problem with Gen X because people currently retiring will continue to retire on defined benefit pensions, but as they decline, the pickup in defined contribution pensions and auto-enrolment comes, as it were, later, and so the generation born in the 70s and 80s who've neither had DB pensions if they're outside the public sector but haven't accumulated enough in DC, they've got a particular adequacy challenge. So there's the overall challenge, there's a challenge for that generation, and then there are particular groups like the self-employed, like low-earning women, black and minority ethnic groups who are not saving enough either, and we've got a lot of evidence on those questions that we'll present in our interim report.
And I presume just, thanks so much, Nick, that was incredibly useful, but I presume also just going back to Minister Bell's presentation this morning, there's also the challenge of that group that are entirely outside of auto-enrolment, because he presented a chart this morning where I think there was a quiz to the audience. If I remember, the correct answer is 59%, but the proportion of the working age population who are in auto-enrolment is some way below 100%, and there are groups who aren't in it at all, who then I presume are not even getting the 18% anticipated because they have never been included.
Yeah, so, I mean, the rates of people staying in auto-enrolment, i.e. who are not opting out, are much higher than people predicted when the Turner Commission first reported. So, you know, they're up at 90%. That's a really high sticky rate. It shows you that the behavioural economics of saying that if you automatically enrol people and require them to opt out rather than requiring them to opt in, you'll get much higher participation rates. I mean, that has really worked. It's very, very successful public policy. Now, there are periods where you might see it coming down if there's particular pressure on living standards, as we had in the COVID period, for example. And there are some groups where it's particularly noticeable that they're not they're not getting enrolled or staying auto-enrolled. That's particularly true for people from Bangladeshi and Pakistani heritage, for example. They've got much lower rates of auto-enrolment. And some of that is about sectoral composition. It's about what sectors they're working in, size of employer, things of that kind. But some also may be about, you know, characteristics of saving for those particular groups. So yes, there are, underneath the kind of headlines, there are lots of subgroups that we need to be considering and thinking about and what the solutions are for them. And the biggest of those is the self-employed, as I'm sure the Minister was saying this morning, where pension contributions are, I think, now below something like 17% paying into a pension. Now, they won't be self-employed all their lives. The self-employed are not all self-employed for the entirety of their lives. And so, you know, we have to look at what they arrive in retirement with. But the other thing about the self-employed is that the composition of the self-employed has also changed. That the new self-employed are those in the gig economy, younger workers. They're really not saving into a pension. They differ from the older traditional self-employed who are typically retiring. We have some new evidence from the DWP on this. They're retiring with a lot of property wealth, and they've put a lot of their self-employment earnings into property and into things like ISAs rather than pensions. But they're a very different group of the self-employed to the young workers in the gig economy, basically. So we have to think hard about that if we're thinking out to 2050.
Yeah, that's a really important point on the diversity of the group. Just one more question from me. What about how people are turning their pension savings into retirement savings? Because again, Torsten spoke a little about this morning, about action the government is already taking to try and introduce default funds and default options in retirement funds. But are you thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the really big thing, when we think about the first Pensions Commission and the kind of consensus it put in place, which endured through a financial crisis, a change of government, austerity, Brexit, all those economic shocks, political changes. It endured through all of that. The one thing that didn't, one thing that was outside of that consensus was pensions freedoms, when George Osborne introduced those, 2014, 2015, which said, you don't need to any longer purchase an annuity or secure retirement income. That's just a very, very big change. And so, yes, there's lots of things happening now as people approach retirement, taking their DC pots, taking the tax-free lump sum. If they've got small pots, often cashing them out completely. And lots of challenges for the system in the future of thinking, how do you ensure that people are able to bear those risks, because risks have been shifted to individuals. And of course, in the move from defined benefit to defined contribution, you shift risk from employers to employees. And how do you enable people to manage those risks effectively and ensure that they have an income that meets their longevity needs? But also, the question of also how they decumulate has an impact on how much they can secure in retirement. The adequacy question is not just one of the accumulation phase, it's also what you do at decumulation. And so that's an important question for us, and we will be presenting some of the evidence as we have it about decumulation in the interim report.
That's great. And as just before anyone else asks it, and I'm going to open the floor to questions after this point, I mean, the unspoken reality of where the last Pensions Commission got to is that contribution rates still remain too low. We think that they need to go up. Do you think the Commission will be opining on that?
I mean, we're definitely going to say something about contribution rates, but I can't say what yet. No, I mean, in the interim report, we'll be, setting out all the evidence on adequacy, and then we can debate these questions. But we're not yet at the stage of saying that.
And for anyone, thank you, Nick, and I respect and understand that, but for anyone in the room wanting to understand the TUC's position on this, we're very conscious that we're one of the only countries in the world where employees are currently contributing less through auto-enrolment than employers. We want to see contribution rates step up to 12%, and we think that it needs to be employers that are paying at least the lion's share of that increased contribution rate. But onwards we go towards the final Commission report next year and all the discussions that I'm sure are still to come on that point. Who's got questions for Nick? I'm sure very many people. Gentleman here in the pink shirt and the suit. There's a gentleman at the back with a piece of paper. A woman over there with a book. Well, I'll have time for more than one round.
Thank you. Couple of points maybe. Where do you see the main differences in the landscape between now and the first turn of the report? I mean, housing got a laugh in your presentation. That's maybe one. Where would you see other significant differences? And perhaps related to that, Torsten Bell this morning, and maybe you just now, hinted that maybe there's been too much pension freedom. Is that something you'd be able to elaborate on? Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Where was the next one? Oh, yeah, over there. Great.
I want to pick up on the point around housing that was made, and not just obviously contribution rates, but the younger generations, many more people. Often the assumption around what's required of an adequate pension is the assumption that a mortgage has been fully paid off. But for many people who are taking out longer terms or renting for longer, that isn't the case. And actually, when we talk about adequacy and up to 50 million people not having an adequate pension, that's actually, in some ways, quite an optimistic take, because it assumes around housing that they would have a fully paid off mortgage. So how is that kind of being adjusted for when you look at what people would need the pension pot to have an adequate pension in the future?
Thanks very much. And last question in this round over there.
Given your job to fix pensions for the long term, I was wondering if you've thought about the risks to adequacy from climate change and nature destruction. And a recent report found that returns by 2040, which is before the time I'll retire, could drop 25 to 50% as a result. And there's lots of solutions that are being mooted, like the pensions regulator having an environmental mandate, or stress testing pensions, just as we do for banks on climate scenarios. So do you see a role for the Commission saying something there?
Okay, thanks. Over to you, Nick. Housing, pension freedoms and stock market return risks.
Yeah. Yeah, so the main difference is with the first Pensions Commission. I mean, I suppose the really big difference, and it comes to the point that Susie was asked about productivity, is that we've had a much worse productivity performance since the financial crisis than since the Napoleonic period. I mean, there's a very, very poor economic performance. And so the assumptions that might have been made about particularly the productivity of the working age population and its ability to sustain through higher output a higher old age dependency ratio, that has definitely been that's definitely different. We've just had a much worse economic performance than people in respect of earnings. So what people are saving, what earnings they're getting, living standards have been stark. Productivity has been fairly stagnant until recently. And I think, as I was mentioning earlier, the changing nature of the labour market, that more people are self-employed and that self-employment is different. So macroeconomic and microeconomic changes in the labour market, those have definitely been big differences. And I suppose the other, it's rather more difficult to we have to basically use the ONS's projections. Migration and its impact on demography has been different, but you kind of, you just work with whatever the latest projections are on that. The fertility rate has gone down since as well. I mean, it's now 1.4, it was 1.75 at the turn of the sort of, in the 2000s. So that demographic challenge in respect of the birth rate has got worse. And housing is the other big one, and pick up the question that was asked there. So, one of the consequences of the financial crisis was that home ownership rates have declined. And we have to work with projections on housing tenure that are uncertain. Nobody can be fully certain about these things. They're based on lots of factors. It's not within the scope of the Pensions Commission to recommend things like increasing housing supply. So we have to think about what the kind of downstream effects are for pensions and pension saving. And for that change in housing tenure. If more people are in the private rented sector, then obviously people will need more income to meet their rental costs. That will also have a bearing on housing benefit. And one of the sort of main objectives of the first Pensions Commission was to reduce the reliance on means testing as the value of the state pension went up. And we have seen falling caseloads in pension credit. In the future, means testing is likely to bite on the system through housing benefit. And that is a challenge because you need to think about saving incentives, but you also need to think about the fact that pension credit is the passport to all other means-tested pensioner benefits. And so you've got the value of the new state pension above the value of pension credit, with housing being the main driver of means-tested need. So that all needs thinking about. That's an important question. I suppose on the other side of the equation is, the baby boomer generation is now, and will over the next generation, be passing on unprecedented levels of housing wealth to the generations below it. And although we can't know where those fall, we know that will be unequally distributed. Of course it will. It's unequally held. It will be unequally distributed. But in aggregate terms, in sheer millions and billions, and in fact it's something like 3.5 trillion, I think, of total wealth, that will fall across the population. And so that has if you like, how that happens, how people pass that wealth on, how much of it is taxed, how much is needed for social care, all those sorts of things. But they will have an impact on the housing wealth and assets of generations coming up, because that housing stock is going to be inherited. And so that's an important offsetting factor, albeit a difficult one for policymakers to kind of properly weigh in the ledger. On climate risk, I think on the climate issues, lots of those questions were addressed in the first pensions review on the sort of investment side, I think, which the Minister talked about this morning. But certainly the question of systemic risk from climate is something that we do need to consider in the Pensions Commission, I can't say anything about sort of particular policies, but those are important considerations, and people like the OBR have obviously done a lot of work on the kind of costing of climate change as well and its impacts, and its relationship to the sort of, if you like, to the public finances. And on pensions freedom, on pensions freedom, I suppose what we're just trying to work with is what's happened as a consequence of those changes and what it means for adequacy and fairness in retirement, how we have to just think about that. And in policy terms, what do we need to do to ensure that, people are using the decumulation phase to achieve the best outcomes they can, but also that they're able to manage things like their longevity risk in ways that are effective, because a lot of that risk has been transferred to them. Yeah.
Thanks, Nick. That's great. Okay, I've got space for another round of questions here. Gentleman in the blue jumper at the back, gentleman here in the grey suit, and maybe I'll take the woman in the white lanyard at the back.
Thank you. Just very quickly. On rent, New York has rent control, and I don't see why we can't have it in this country. But anyway, that's a separate question. With regards to
of the Pensions Commission, unfortunately.
With regards to the slightly tax issue here, the take up on home responsibilities protection, there's a £1.2 billion gap, which hasn't been, which I'm sure hasn't been addressed yet properly, which is something that needs to be looked at. What's your opinion on fiscal drag and the impact on the pensions there? Because we've had personal allowances frozen for the last, till 2031 probably, and we've got a stop on the basic rate of tax, again frozen at 52 grand. All of that has an impact on people's pensions as well. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thanks. Tax thresholds. Gentleman here.
I always get slightly nervous when people say that the underpensioned need to save more, because a lot of them are underpensioned because they were on very low salaries in the first place. The average member of our scheme, lower government pension schemes, on £18,000 a year, and they're not going to be able to save anything more than they are. So is there a need to have a recognition of some kind of redistribution within the pension system? Pension wealth is incredibly concentrated in the upper kind of quartiles, upper deciles of income. Wealth generally is incredibly concentrated. Do we need to recognise we need redistribution beyond a national state pension, which is set at a poverty level?
Thank you. Good question. And the woman at the back? Yep.
May I know whether higher pension contribution and higher pension age is helpful to contributor or to the government? Thank you.
So, could you just clarify the end of that question again? Sorry.
Yes. Higher rates of contribution payments.
Yeah.
And higher age, higher pension age.
Yeah.
Would that be helpful?
Helpful.
So the contributor or to the government?
Would it be helpful to the government if pension ages and contribution rates were higher?
Yeah. Or to the contributor?
Sorry. Yeah, okay, fine. For the contributor. Okay, I hear you, sorry. There's a bit of feedback up the top, it's hard to hear. Nick, over to you.
Okay.
We've got the tax system and the interaction. We have got the redistribution within pensions, and we have got, I think, a question that's trying to get at who gains from a higher pension age and from higher contribution rates. Is it the individual, or is it the government public finances? If I've got that right, yeah.
Yeah. So, well, the question of fiscal drag and tax thresholds. Yes, of course. If for other reasons you're holding, in nominal terms, your upper earnings limit at a certain level for tax policy, that will have an impact on pension savings, and we are certainly, in our interim report, we will certainly look at the question of what's happened to, over time, the real value of where the trigger is, the 10,000 trigger, and the lower and upper earnings limit. So we'll be looking at that in the evidence we're putting together. On the state pension, I mean, and low earners, obviously the new state pension involves a certain amount of redistribution between generations and between men and women and between social classes, and is at a it does a lot better for women in particular. Now the gender pension gap is completely closed for those coming newly onto the state pension now, the new state pension. And so for low-paid women in particular, the national insurance crediting in particular, and changes in their employment patterns and all those things have meant that we have a much more gender equal state pension now than we did in the past. I suppose the question for lower earners, can they afford to contribute more? I mean, part of that is answered if you look at the kind of lifetime returns to those pension contributions. So you're thinking not only what are they putting in, but what do employers and the state via tax relief put in, and then what does that mean for their income in retirement? So does it pay to save effectively? And we will be looking at the evidence on that in the report. The other thing just worth bearing in mind, obviously, is the low-paid are not all persistently low-paid, and lots of low-paid people live with people who are on median or higher earnings. So there's a sort of household effect of their ability to afford payments or not extra payments. That's just, it needs thinking about. I suppose the other factor is those people who are on universal credit, because that's done on your net earnings, that if you increase your pension contributions, your universal credit award will go up. And that needs some thinking about too.
Thanks, Nick. That's great. One question from me before I go, and then I'll go to the floor as well, but if I take a bit of chair's privilege. I mean, we're talking a lot about the need for durable, long-term solutions to some pretty big challenges, and it's clear from the conversation we've had so far, when you think about the changes in housing, ownership, the sort of spread of incomes across the spectrum, how important it is going to be to get a long-term solution in place. What do you think needs to happen as you reach, the evidence stage and the conclusion stage to make sure that the recommendations are durable and have got that consensus that we need? Because, you can already hear in the room some concern about contributions going up, some suspicion that this might just be, an initiative to sort of aid the public finances. Like maintaining a consensus around whatever recommendations come out, it feels like it's going to be important, and you must have thoughts about how that can be best done.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, this is, if you like, a sort of political economy question, really, for pensions reforms, is that, we have in the UK managed, in contrast to many other European countries, to reform our pension systems in a way that has had consensus and where policy reversal hasn't happened quickly. I mean, you only have to look at, France and other countries to see what happens when you get very conflictual policy making for pensions. And there are lots of reasons for that, but one, I think, is that with the Pensions Commission in the UK, firstly, it did involve employers, the industry, and trade unions in particular, all thinking about where the give and take was in their policy positions. I mean, it did, the unions got new contributions into workplace pensions, but and a better state pension, arguably having to accept an increase in the state pension age, and that those contributions weren't as high as they would want. Employers had to start making contributions when they hadn't for workers in the past, and the state had to, trade off its objectives on fiscal policy in particular with an increase in the state pension age, but also a more generous state pension. So there were, if you like, the Turner Commission embodied, if you like, a kind of, if not a kind of consensus or even a compromise, but certainly a kind of a working through of different interests and different objectives to get to that final package. I think it was also successful because it was kind of, if you like, broadly consistent with the institutions of Britain's economy and welfare state. So the new state pension is basically the Beveridgean flat rate pension, with voluntary and workplace and savings on top of that foundation. That's very, you know, it's not a Bismarckian earnings replacement system. And has a bigger role for private savings, rather like the other Anglo-liberal economies. So one thing was a certain kind of political economy consistency with the institutions of the British economy and welfare state. And then I think the final bit of the jigsaw was political consensus, and that is harder to think about now. So back then, that was a matter of getting agreement within the Labour government between the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Department of Work and Pensions Secretary, and then with the front bench of the Conservative Party and the Liberal Democrats. Politics now is much more, it's more pluralist, there are more parties, it's more polarised, it's less orientated towards consensus than it might have otherwise been. And so how we think about securing political buy-in to reforms is I think, a more difficult challenge now than perhaps it was at the turn of the 21st century.
Yeah, and very well put, and a huge challenge, I think, for all of us to take part in the period ahead. I'm not seeing a lot of further hands in the room. Okay, I've got one gentleman there and gentleman in the blue shirt at the back, and then I'm going to close after that so that we don't run over and everyone gets their break. So if you could both just ask briefly, that would be great.
Thank you. Philip Burgess, UCU. You pointed out that the initial proposal for the pension was rational, based on a proportion of the average wage, and that's indisputable. Now, if you look at the current system, I would regard it as a completely shambolic dog's breakfast. We've got two pensions, not one, apply differently to men and women. The different bits of it are indexed in different ways. There are sticking plasters which have been partially rescinded, like the winter fuel allowance, the free TV license. We have the Christmas bonus, never indexed, and 25p a week when you're 80, which is just laughable. Now, is there any chance that you will be able to persuade the politicians to have the courage to go back to a rational system of having a single state pension based on an indisputable criterion?
Well, clear question there. And last question at the back.
Well, thank you. My question... Right, yeah. My question is somewhat similar. You mentioned in your presentation the new state pension, but of course when that was introduced, people that had already retired were left on the old state pension and the state second pension. The state second pension is not covered by the triple lock. So every year since 2016, there has been a growth in the difference between those who retired from 2016 and those who retired before 2016. You mentioned that you were taking forward the work of the previous commission. Will you be looking at that consequence that they had and the fact that people, the older people who retired earlier, are getting less and less increase each year?
Thanks very much for those. I'll hand over to Nick to answer those points and any final comments he wants to make, with recognition, of course, to the remit he set out at the beginning, which is the one that the new Pensions Commission has been given to look forward to retirement incomes into 2050. But Nick, anything you want to say on those points and to close?
Well, that is the fundamental point, is that our remit is to 2050, not to the immediate short term. And so we haven't been asked to reopen the decisions that were taken when the new state pension was created. That is the general answer to those points. I think we do have to think about, as I said earlier, the elements of means testing that go alongside the new state pension. By 2050, I think I'm right in saying that absolutely everybody is on the new state pension. And perhaps, yeah, yes. Actually, that was a very incautious thing for me to say. But you get my point about the it by then working through the population. And so the other elements of means testing and so on do need looking at, and in part because those in poverty in 2050 are most likely to be those who haven't got 35 years of contributions into their state pension, and understanding why, given the crediting that now exists in one of the important reforms, why that's the case, why people aren't accruing 35 years is an important part of the question of thinking about poverty in 2050, as well as the value of the state pension and its relationship in particular to housing costs, because before and after housing costs make a really big difference, as we were discussing earlier, because of changes in housing tenure and people taking mortgages into retirement and so on. So, so those sorts of questions are really important ones. I won't say that we have been asked to look at the detail of each of those benefits or each of the particular uprating instruments, but the system as a whole for 2050 is what we are tasked with examining.
Nick, thank you so much for such thorough and thoughtful answers to all those questions. And I am so glad, and I'm sure we all are, that you and your fellow commissioners are doing this work and are engaging so actively with the evidence about the huge number of ways in which incomes and retirement are going to be changing in the period ahead. So enormous thank you from me. Good luck with the rest of the work, and we look forward to inviting you and colleagues back next year to tell us about it. In the room today, we have a 10-minute break now, and then we've got our final session, which is looking at reforming fiduciary duty to put members' interests at the heart of long-term investment decisions. You all have feedback forms to fill out, I think, so please take the opportunity, if you have a sec, to do that during the break. Thanks, everybody. Thanks so much. We should leave the stage because I found out.
All right, okay, if people could take their seats, we'll begin the final session of the day in just a minute. That didn't work at all, did it? Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're ready to start our final session of the day, so thank you, everyone, for sticking with us for the whole day. This session, we're going to be looking at fiduciary duty, and specifically, we're going to be looking at how trustees are able to take into account factors like climate breakdown and nature loss when making investment decisions. We're going to look at how they can consider the wider impact of their investments on the quality of life of members, and we're going to think about how they might take into account the wishes of members. It's the kind of topic that we like to discuss, so it's a perennial issue at TUC Pensions Conference. It's also very topical. Because during the passage of the Pension Schemes Bill, the government announced that it was going to be producing statutory guidance to give more clarity to trustees on this question. I think some people on this panel can take a lot of credit for that announcement and for getting the government to make that commitment. So we're going to be looking at, on this panel, why we need reform. We're looking at what we can expect from the government. We're going to be looking at whether this will be enough. And a spoiler, probably not. It's never enough, is it? And we're going to be looking at how we might be able to push things a little bit further. So we've got a really great panel to discuss this. We've got on my left, possibly on my right, depending on your perspective, Stuart O'Brien, who is a partner at the law firm Sackers. We've got Claire Bryn, who is a senior policy manager at Share Action. Natalie Winter, who is a professional trustee at, Winter Frost.
I used to be Winter.
It
was Mr. Frost.
Oh, wow. Natalie is a professional trustee at Lord Bencher, and Dooley Hart is a pensions official at the UCU, responsible for USS and therefore responsible for Nick Pearce's pension. So first of all, we're going to hear from Stuart. As I say, Stuart works at the pensions law firm Sackers. He's previously chaired the Pensions Climate Risk Industry Group. He was part of the Financial Markets Law Committee Working Group, which provided guidance in 2024 on pension fund trustees and fiduciary duties. Stuart.
Thanks very much. Well, thank you for the invitation to come and speak with you today, and well done for making it to the end of the day, particularly since it's fiduciary duties. One day, lawyers won't have to talk about fiduciary duties, and we'll all be clear on what we can and can't do. But we're still in a bit of a state of flux, so it's a good time to talk about it. So what I'm going to try and do is look a little bit at where the law currently stands on fiduciary duties, whether it's really sufficient to allow trustees to make investment decisions that fully reflect long-term well-being of pension scheme members, including their standards of living in retirement and the state of the planet they'll inhabit, and also sort of wider systems on which members' futures depend. As mentioned, Share Action Impact Investing Institute, together with other key partners and stakeholders, have been advocating for some clarification of fiduciary duties, particularly clarification that would empower trustees to take some of those broader factors into account in their investment decision making. And Claire's going to tell you all about the work that Share Action's been doing and the various twists and turns in the parliamentary process under which the proposed amendment's been considered and where things have got to at the moment. Now, I think there's some things we can say and some things we can't say on that, but Claire's going to deal with that, so I don't have to worry. But before I get to that, I thought it might be helpful for us to talk a bit about how fiduciary duties are currently understood in a pension scheme trustee context. I'm going to talk about pension trustees here. I'm conscious there will be representative LGPS, and you're not quite trustees, but have sort of trustee-like duties. So for these purposes, assume when I'm talking about trustees, I mean fiduciaries responsible for pension schemes, but I'm afraid I'm a bit of an occupational pension scheme dinosaur, so I tend to just talk about trustees. So what are the fiduciary duties? In the past, these have tended to be oversimplified as just being about maximising returns, and that goes all the way back to the 1984 case of Cowan and Scargill. But that really is a bit of an oversimplification, and it's not really how most pension funds are invested today, particularly defined benefit schemes, where their focus is not going to be shooting the lights out on returns, it's going to be trying to match liabilities as well as sort of maximising growth in return-seeking portfolios. But it's not just, you know, try and get as much growth as you can across 100% of the portfolio. It's far more subtle than that. So properly understood, trustee duties when it comes to investments are really formed of three core components. And the first one is to exercise investment powers for proper purposes, the purposes for which they were intended. And in a pension scheme context, that means investing your scheme's assets in order to provide your members' pensions. Secondly, to act in accordance with what's termed a prudent person principle. Now, that doesn't mean every single investment has to be a safe, cautious, prudent investment, but in the round, when you're exercising investment powers as a trustee, you should be exercising the care, skill and diligence that a prudent person would exercise when they're looking after someone else's money. That's really what it's all about. And thirdly, the requirement when exercising those powers for proper purposes and prudently to take account of all factors that are relevant to the exercise of the power and not irrelevant factors. It's exactly the sort of statement that trustees love paying their lawyers lots of money for, isn't it? Take account of relevant factors and don't take account of irrelevant factors. But that is where the rubber really hits the road on this. Bear with me, because when people talk about trustee fiduciary duties have evolved or are changing or need to be changed, we're not really talking about adjusting those kind of core legal principles of investing to pay members' pensions and acting prudently. Of course, they stay the same. But what's prudent tends to change over time, and what's a relevant factor or an irrelevant factor will change over time as well. So we've got these core principles: exercise powers for proper purposes, do so prudently, take account of relevant and not irrelevant factors. I should probably note as well the Financial Markets Law Committee, the FMLC, when they produced their paper in 2024, that very much endorsed that approach. There was a far more sort of fulsome articulation of those principles in that paper, but again, it was grounded in trustee duties being about those kind of core elements. And there's one other thing I've got to bring in, which is acting in members' best interests. You can find that in the investment regs. It says assets have to be invested in the best interests of your beneficiaries. It's quite easy to tie yourself in knots about what that actually means. But really, and we have had some sort of case law on this in slightly different contexts, that concept of acting in members' best interests is really a distillation of those three things that I've just been talking about. You're acting in best interests of members if you're investing to provide their pensions, and you're acting prudently, and you're taking account of things that are relevant. And ever since the Law Commission looked at this back in 2014, legal opinion has sort of coalesced around those relevant factors being things that are usually financially material. So this concept of financial materiality, you'll see, keeps cropping up again and again. And that's because what the Law Commission said is, well, when we're thinking about what factors are relevant to investing pension fund assets, we're thinking about what things are financially material. But you can be expansive about what that means. Financial materiality is just as much about risk as it is about returns. And overlay climate change onto that, the idea that the physical risks of climate change and, on the same token, society's transition to a lower carbon economy could present financial risks and opportunities is now sort of well embedded. So that, again, is not changing the fiduciary duty, but just thinking about what's relevant and what's irrelevant. The more difficult questions tend to arise, and this is where Claire's going to come in a moment, when considering whether trustees can or should, as part of those duties and part of those sort of considerations about what's relevant and what's not relevant, take account of potentially wider issues such as systemic market risks, beneficiary standards of living, or whether it's legitimate for trustees to pursue investment strategies designed to deliver other objectives such as positive environmental or social impact for society. Now, that gets really difficult, and lots of trustees have wrestled with this for a long time, and by and large, those that have wanted to invest for positive impact have squared that circle by saying, well, we can draw a connection, a direct correlation between investing in something that does social good with it delivering a good market return, or delivering a market return that actually has less risk because this is something that society is going to get behind. So as an asset owner and investor, that sort of stacks up for us too. But even where you can demonstrate that some of those things are relevant, it can still be difficult for trustees to demonstrate a sufficiently causal link between the thing they're doing, the investment they're making, and that actually delivering some of those wider positive impacts that will in turn benefit their members. So it really gets quite difficult to join all those dots together. And the current reality is that practical sort of actions across the industry tend to depend on how each trustee board and probably their lawyers and their investment consultants, how they interpret some of those principles and how broad they're prepared to be in that thinking and the joining of the dots there. And also the resources and risk appetites as well. Large pension funds might have big investment teams and large legal budgets to spend on this, and be able to put the case together that they can invest in something that has a positive environmental impact or a socially positive impact in a way that's still aligned with those fiduciary duties. I think it's much harder for smaller funds to do that and to demonstrate those points to themselves. So we tend to have, and this is a bit of a personal experience, but we tend to have smaller funds being slightly less progressive than perhaps some of the larger funds. That's probably a good point at which to say that's the problem, and Claire's going to talk a little bit about what some of the solutions that Share Action have been working on might be.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, Stuart. Is this right? Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Claire Bryn. I'm Senior UK Policy Manager at Share Action. If you're not familiar with our work, Share Action is an independent charity specialising in responsible investment. So all of our work is aimed at using the power of the financial system to work for our collective best interests, including by tackling our biggest social and environmental challenges. So we've actually been advocating for the clarification of fiduciary duty for quite some time. And in fact, our first report on this goes back to 2011. So Stuart's already given a great summary of why this clarification is necessary. So I'm going to focus my remarks on Share Action's most recent work on legislative clarification via amendments to the Pension Schemes Bill. So this work has been carried out in conjunction with Stuart and his colleagues at Sackers, with the Impacting Investing Institute, with the legal charity Client Earth, and with very helpful feedback and support from trade unions, including the TUC and Unison, as well as many more individuals from across the pension sector, including Natalie and Dooley. So a lot of legislation to date on pensions and responsible investment has been about having policies and making disclosures. These are important, but all the disclosures in the world won't help pension scheme governance bodies act when the law isn't clear and their advisors don't agree on what it says. We've worked with Stuart and others to develop an amendment that is ambitious but pragmatic. It doesn't force any scheme to sacrifice member returns for the wider good. It doesn't saddle pension scheme trustees with additional reporting burdens or require them to make complex decisions which necessitate commissioning expensive legal opinions or going to court. The intention is for this to be enabling and for it to act as a legal unblocker and to be clearer about what pension schemes may choose to do.
and in particular that pension schemes may take account of social and environmental risks and the impacts of investments, including on members' standards of living. And pension schemes may, if they wish, take account of members' views without risking a legal claim from one point of view or another. So the Pension Schemes Bill represents an opportunity right now for the long overdue clarification of fiduciary duty. We've campaigned hard to raise this issue at every stage of the bill. So we've consulted with government officials, we've met with Pensions Minister Torsten, supported the tabling of amendments in the House of Commons and the House of Lords, spoken with pension schemes, pensions advisors and other stakeholders, and we've coordinated 3 industry-wide letters of support for clarification to show increasing consensus on the need for clarification in this area. Our amendment to the Pension Schemes Bill was tabled in the House of Commons by Liam Byrne, Labour Chair of the Business and Trade Committee. Debbie Abrams, Labour Chair of the Work and Pension Select Committee, also spoke on this issue. Our amendment was supported by 34 MPs from 5 parties. Many MPs are supportive of pension schemes being able to make investments in the UK which benefit the wider community as well as savers, and this is something our amendment will facilitate without necessitating any mandatory power to direct pension schemes, which risks potential abuse by a future government. During the passage of the bill in the Commons, our amendment was in fact the second most widely supported amendment out of over 30 non-government amendments, which isn't bad for a really technical proposal. So we were delighted to see the Pensions Minister, Torsten respond with a commitment to not only bring forward an amendment which gives government a power to issue statutory guidance, but to actually follow through and bring forward that guidance. The commitment to statutory guidance is definitely a step forwards. This commitment was originally just in relation to trust-based schemes, but fiduciary duty is also not a completely clear concept for the local government pension scheme. So a cross-party group of peers has been successful in getting government to acknowledge that it needs to broaden the scope of its proposed guidance to include the local government pension scheme and workplace pensions regulated by the FCA, as well as the trust-based pension schemes which government originally committed to. A kick-off meeting, actually in fact 2, to develop the guidance, because we've just been on one, has taken place, and members of a working group are set to be announced. We understand that guidance will be published for consultation within the next few months. Clarity in law would still be the best outcome. Government has not been willing to go that far yet, but we anticipate that the limits of statutory guidance alone will become apparent as the detail of the guidance is being developed. You may not be aware that government currently doesn't have the power to issue statutory guidance on this point for all types of pension schemes. It's therefore essential that government gives itself the power to issue statutory guidance, and this provision needs to be in this Pension Schemes Bill. We very much hope we will soon see a government amendment to the Pension Schemes Bill to give itself the power to issue statutory guidance. But, just to be on the safe side, a cross-party coalition of peers, including 2 former ministers, as well as trade unionist Baroness Teresa Griffin, are tabling their own amendment to ensure that this happens with our support. So, if you have contacts with peers, MPs, government officials or ministers, we'd appreciate any conversations you can have or messages you can send to get this clarification over the line and give pension schemes the freedom to act on these issues, which are so important to pension schemes and their members, including trade union members. So, fiduciary duty clarification is no longer such a niche issue or a distant prospect. This is live, and it's being debated by both houses of Parliament in the Pension Schemes Bill. It's a real opportunity to get pension savers' capital genuinely working in pension savers' interests to build a stronger, fairer economy without detracting from the absolutely vital need for pension funds to provide a secure level of income in retirement to their members. So the moment is now to support calls for clarification for the pension sector as a whole, including for local government pension schemes. Please do this with your pension sector contacts. Mention this whenever you next speak with government officials, maybe even write to your MP. So the next parliamentary debate for this amendment is at report stage in the House of Lords, which is likely to be on Monday the 23rd of March. If you're in contact with any peers, please do urge them to come to the debate and support the clarification of fiduciary duty for the whole of the pension sector. And you're very welcome to contact me after this session if you'd like a copy of our House of Lords briefing, or if you have any questions or would like to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. And Stuart, it's really, really good to kick off with that really thorough kind of description of where we are at the moment and hopefully where we're going. We're now going to hear from Dooley and then from Natalie about where the current lack of clarity leaves members and trustees at the moment. So first we're going to hear from Dooley, and as well as being a UCU pensions official, Dooley is also a trustee of the Northern Ireland Local Government Pension Scheme. A trustee, actually.
Well, it's, I think it's to Stuart's earlier point, it's just easier to say a trustee. Yeah. I'm an independent member of the Management Committee, is the official title.
Over to you, Dooley.
Okay, thanks very much. And just to maybe add to what Stuart and Claire have said, I want to just touch on some of the difficulties that we've experienced within USS pension scheme, and also then some issues that I've experienced working with the Northern Ireland Local Government Scheme. I just want to say, for those that don't know, the USS pension scheme is a predominantly DB pension scheme. It's a private pension scheme that covers university staff primarily. It has a small DC element as well. I want to just reference some comments that were made, firstly by the Group Chief Executive Officer as part of her contribution to a discussion at the Work and Pensions Committee, I think it was about 2 years ago, where the issue of a legislative requirement to clarify fiduciary duty was raised. And she made the point at that meeting that there was no need to introduce any legislation and no need to introduce any guidance, that current fiduciary duty was clear. And I think certainly if you listen to Stuart and Claire's contribution, that's clearly not the case, and it's not been my experience either. I also want to just maybe make a comment or to read out a quote that was given by the Chief Executive of the USS Investment Management Scheme as part of their institutions meeting last year, their AGM last year, where when talking about the defined, or talking about the USS scheme, specifically referenced and said that the DB scheme is about the best financial interests of the members in the scheme. It is not about ethics or ethical choices. It's about what we think we will deliver the best financial returns for our members, and so ethical choices relate to individual choice within DCs. So the position of the senior management within the USS pension scheme is very clear. The issue is about the best financial return, and I think to Stuart's point is, well, how individuals look at the best financial return is different, and certainly it is UCU's view that those points around ESG, those environmental issues, social issues and governance issues, and member choice should form, or member opinion should form part of those considerations. One of the things we've been trying to argue with USS for some time is the need for greater transparency and better communications with its members and with the public generally in relation to its investments, why it makes those investments, and what it has invested in. As part of a discussion we had some time ago, I indicated to the Chief Executive of the Investment Management Company that if I wanted to know how much they had invested in renewables, it was very easy. It was, at that particular time, it was 1.9 billion, because it was plastered everywhere over their climate report and over their annual report. But if I wanted to know what they had invested in high carbon emitters or in defence, that was nowhere to be found in the report. It wasn't specific. So I think there's a lot still to be done in relation to transparency and communications, to explain that if they have a particular view of fiduciary duty, even if we disagree with that particular view, that they should be willing to stand up and stand over the decisions that they make publicly and to advertise that. As part of another discussion we had was there are a number of exclusions within the USS scheme, and I have to say the USS scheme has done some very good work, some leading work with the University of Exeter in relation to climate scenario planning as part of its investment strategy. And it is certainly not the worst pension scheme in relation to the work that it does in this area. But I was having a conversation as well. They have exclusions in certain areas. They don't allow investments in thermal coal, cluster munitions, white phosphorus, tobacco. But one of the caveats to those exclusions was said, and the example was given on thermal coal, was to say that if the cost of investing in thermal coal was to reduce significantly, then there would be consideration given that it could then come back on board as a good investment because it would provide a financial return for members. And that was incredibly concerning for us, that in relation where you think you've made ground as part of getting exclusions into the pension scheme, to say that they are only there potentially temporary and they are only there to be reviewed on an ongoing basis. In my role on the management committee for the Northern Ireland Local Government Scheme, I've only just taken that position up recently. I'm still on a bit of a learning curve in relation to its investment strategies. But at a recent meeting, I raised an issue about an investment they had with Checkpoint Software, which is an Israeli company that is supporting the IDF and the Israeli government in relation to the ongoing genocide in Gaza and the crimes against humanity in the West Bank. And I didn't raise it within that context. I raised it very specifically as a financial risk because in January, China has just announced that it's instructing its companies not to use Checkpoint Software. And I said, what was the risk to the investment as a result of China and potentially other countries making a similar decision? The response was incredibly vague. It was all about best financial interests. It was all about we continue to have the best financial interests of the members front and centre as part of the decisions we make. But it lacked any explanation. It lacked any evidence. It lacked any transparency in relation to why there was a decision. If there was going to be a problem, what other factors were being assessed as part of continuing with that investment. So I think that clarity is needed. We welcome the work that Share Action has done. We want trustees to be supported. We want trustees to make the right decisions. We can all come to different views in relation to what is in the best financial interests of members and what is in the best interests of the pension scheme. But as part of that process, we need transparency, we need consistency, we need better communications, and members need to have, through their trade unions, the opportunities to challenge. And while we do that within USS, it does get frustrating at times when the only response we get is it's in the best financial interests of the members of the scheme. So we need more clarity, and hopefully the guidance that does come out is sufficiently robust to help us take those challenges forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Natalie?
Okay. So, I probably need to move this microphone. I'm a professional trustee, so I sit on a number of boards, some of which are large schemes sponsored by household names. I also sit on some small schemes and a DC master trust. So I see a lot of different opinions because across those boards I've got a lot of different fellow trustees. I should stress that anything I say is in my personal capacity. I'm a director of Law Debenture, but I'm not here speaking on behalf of Law Debenture, and I don't want to attribute anything I say to a particular scheme that I represent. But I think for some context, I'll just set out my own stall. I believe that well-governed companies will outperform in the long term. I don't always believe that
management of those companies unfettered will necessarily deliver that long-term value. I seek to ensure that all of my schemes have stewardship priorities that are clear, and in those you'll probably find some statements around fair treatment of workforce, delivering better long-term productivity. I believe we're facing a climate emergency, and that in the long term, unchecked global warming will be to the detriment of my members' financial interests. I also believe that destruction of nature and loss of biodiversity will have long-term implications. I thought that the recent government publication on the threat that biodiversity loss is going to cause for UK national security was a bit of a stark warning about that. So under the current sort of framework of trustee duties and fiduciary, if I believe that those are all financially material matters, then of course I can integrate sustainability into my investment portfolios. I could limit capital for heavy emitters, and I can engage with the companies that I provide capital to on my stewardship priorities. So you might ask that if I feel like that, you know, and I'm here to act in the financial interests, long-term financial interests of my members, what's the problem? And I guess the problem is that while I believe I can, there's no compulsion for all trustees to integrate sort of a sustainable approach into their portfolios, and to consider these matters through this long-term lens, or I think, as Claire, you pulled out, to consider systemic risks and how those will feed back and impact on my portfolios and my members' financial health in retirement. These things are grey. So I agree that the problem isn't there for those people who want to. The problem more is that trustee boards may not want to. And part of that, you know, it's could be good intentions, but they just don't believe what I believe. They may not believe that these sort of factors are a financial risk. And I have, you know, real experience of that. I sit on a board, and I won't call out which one, where I'm not the only professional trustee. I chair the investment committee. The professional trustee that chairs the board doesn't believe any of this is a financial risk. And he is challenging me on why we're wasting money on engaging with sustainability, because he sees it as a cost, not a financial benefit, and thinks we should stop. Of course, I have positive examples too. There is one board I sit on where I would say that all of my fellow trustees are like-minded, and we've actually put out a mission statement that I can't recite it word for word, but the gist of it is that we believe that our role is to be there to look after members' financial interests, and in doing so we integrate sustainability for the benefit of our members and for society as a whole, and we feel comfortable enough that we can make that public statement. Those are probably two extreme examples, and the reality for most schemes is somewhere in the middle, but there is a lot of challenge about whether everything we're doing on sustainability is just using our governance budget and not delivering a financial benefit. Of course, when there's somebody from the finance function of a sponsor there, and they are really focused on the cost of DB provision, and they will challenge sometimes whether the advisor costs around sustainability and indeed some of the investment ideas are impact at the expense of return. And all of this, of course, in a backdrop where you've got those US fund managers now coming to your board table and telling you, oh no, this is not a financial it's not a financial matter, it's an ethical matter. So, yeah, I think I've had meetings with the head of stewardship of BlackRock, for example, and they've told me alignment with net zero. If they'll advocate for it on my behalf if I invest in one of their funds that is designed for that, but they do not believe it is a financially material matter. And so, of course, there is that sort of messaging from large fund managers that the trustees are hearing, and it's quite hard for a trustee to challenge a financial institution like that. And I think I would be naive to say, if I didn't sort of flag, that litigation risk is on the agenda of trustees. So to be an effective steward of capital and integrate sustainability, you probably do need to engage in sort of some collaborative initiatives in the industry. Do that in relation to a US company and put your head above the parapet, that you potentially are, you know, putting yourself in the firing line for being sued for anti-competitive behaviour. And while I think the sort of discussions around litigation risk on sustainability as a trustee used to be focused on, well, what if our members sue us for not doing enough? The conversation has flipped, and it's now, what if our members sue us for what we did do? And while I can feel pretty comfortable that everything I do, I could defend happily in court if I had to, in the current environment, well, who knows what, where policy will go over here, and what that might mean for my behaviours now. So, thorny topic, I guess.
Thank you for leaving us on that kind of hopeful note.
Well, hopefully now the questions.
Well, we're going to get into a few questions on the panel before we go to questions from the audience. And it would be interesting maybe to get straight into that question. That I feel if we've been having this conversation a few years ago, there would have been broad agreement everywhere that statements you made, like, you know, a well-governed company will financially, you know, will do well financially over the long term, would have been kind of a bit of a truism. Now, like you brought BlackRock into this, it's like there's definitely that kind of consensus has fractured quite a lot.
I should probably just say it's not just BlackRock.
No, but that's the most high-profile example. You know, and some very large European pension funds have pulled assets from BlackRock as a result of their ESG approach. I mean, does that make it a lot harder to do this kind of developing guidance around fiduciary duty in that kind of environment? And does it also make it more necessary to give the clarity in some ways? I'm looking at Natalie, so I'll come to you first. But if anyone else wants to come in on that question, just...
I would welcome supportive clarity, because I think if we had statutory guidance telling us to do this, that would really appease the litigation risk, and where I might not personally be worrying too much about that. Some of my fellow trustees are. So, yes, please to some regulatory support for this sort of action.
Any other comments on...
Yeah, just to pick up on the kind of legal risk or the risk of being sued, there was a case in America a year or so ago, the American Airlines case, and that didn't concern UK pension trustees, but it did concern fiduciaries in the US of a US pension plan, and the judge in that case, was a Texas court, found that they were in breach of their fiduciary duties because they had used BlackRock, in that case, as their investment manager, and BlackRock had a policy of engaging on net zero and other objectives, stewardship priorities, more broadly. Now, the scheme in that case was invested in a tracker fund. It had no ESG tilt, nothing. It was just a regular passive equity fund. But nevertheless, the judge said, well, you've used a manager that's over here is advocating for net zero, and that's, you know, a breach of their fiduciary duties, and therefore a breach of your fiduciary duties. So, you know, you as fiduciaries of the plan are in breach. I think there's a reason that judgment was given. I can say this, I actually spent a year studying in at law school in Austin, in Texas, because the judge was insane. There's absolutely no sense in that judgment whatsoever. There was no loss experienced. Anyway, however, it does... Sorry, I hope this is... Well, it's too late now anyway.
This is going to be available on YouTube for...
Fine. I'm supposed to go to America later this year. This might be problematic. It's California, though, it'll be fine. It does put the fear up trustees, and it also puts the fear up investment managers. I think that's probably the bigger concern here. It's all very well us saying that pension trustees that we'll have our own statutory guidance and we'll be fine, no one's going to sue us here. But if you can't appoint a manager that's not living in fear of litigation in the US, that's a problem. But I think to answer the question, will statutory guidance help on this? Definitely, because at least it insulates your trustees here. It doesn't solve some of these wider problems, but it makes it... we are quite in quite a fortunate position here. It is quite hard to sue trustees for breach of fiduciary duties. Sort of going back to that articulation of the duties that I just said, have you acted for a proper purpose? Probably. Have you taken account of relevant factors? Well, you'll have minuted that you did. But the trustees have still got very, very wide discretion, and the courts only tend to override trustee decisions if they've exercised powers for improper purposes or not taken account of factors that they should have done, or they've acted so unreasonably that no reasonable trustee board could have arrived at the same conclusion. So we are generally well protected here from a legal perspective, but guidance, I think, will certainly help trustees exercise their powers with more confidence, albeit it doesn't solve some of those bigger problems.
And what the government has said at the moment is they will produce that guidance on interpretation of the existing law. They have not committed to making any changes to that underlying law. They seem extremely reluctant to consider doing so. Do we on the panel think that will be sufficient? I mean, I think we can gather from your contribution, Claire, the answer is no, but I mean...
Yeah, shall I go first? Okay, so before I answer the question, sort of looking at different levels. So at the moment, government has the power to issue guidance, which doesn't really help. It's proposing to take a power to issue statutory guidance, which would definitely be better. We're arguing for primary legislation to make the law absolutely clear. My personal hope is that government will concede that it needs secondary legislation. So we're going to go from having, hopefully, there might be sort of just guidance is what they can do. They've committed to statutory guidance. We might not get primary legislation, but secondary legislation, so that's regulations, would be really helpful for clarifying the underlying law, because statutory guidance is going to push up at the limits of where the law is unclear. And statutory guidance alone doesn't help when the underlying law is unclear. I should add, though, that statutory guidance is definitely part of the solution. So if you have primary legislation or secondary legislation, you would still need statutory guidance as well. But statutory guidance alone isn't enough. So a couple of problems. Schemes can't rely on statutory guidance alone. So schemes wouldn't be completely protected from legal action if they choose to follow the statutory guidance. Schemes won't be required to follow any shoulds in the guidance. So, so they must have regard to it, but they can choose not to follow it. So it would be very useful if there was actually clarity in the law. And, it makes sense. If the problem is a lack of clarity in the law, then why not clarify the law? But, we are getting quite a bit of political pushback on this, so we'll see where we end up.
And regardless of where we do end up, it feels like one of the takeaways I took away from that first kick-off session on this that the government organised was that culture is going to be very important of trustee boards and how trustees take whatever statutory guidance or whatever regulation is produced. So are there things we can do and we can think about to maximise the impact of new statutory guidance? And I'd do you, Natalie, first, and then maybe Dooley for thoughts on this one. Because it feels like there's a job to kind of make everyone, trustees, welcome this guidance and think, this is a great tool, how can I use it? Rather than,
Yeah, and be well aware of it and understand it. So actually the statutory and non-statutory guidance about stewardship priorities, for example, it really flew under the radar. And it was a long time before lots of trustee boards really embraced it, and lots still don't have stewardship priorities. So I guess promote it, but I come back to some of the same problems that Claire has already sort of outlined. It really sort of leaves you just more comfortable doing these sort of taking it into account if you want to. There's no should. So take the case of a pension fund that's probably going to wind up in 7 years' time and pass its liabilities over to an insurance company. It doesn't have to think about the long term, you know, under anything we've got at the moment. It can just have that 7-year time frame to make sure it can get to buyout. You don't have to think about the systemic risks. So you just don't have to think about the externalities you're creating and how they feed back to the sort of future world that your members are going to live in. And it's not just a nice thing about whether there's trees and butterflies. It's actually about what your pension's going to be able to buy you if there's food shortages and war. So, yeah, with Claire, I'd rather have some shoulds.
Definitely make sure you don't have the last word whenever we do wrap up this session. It always ends on a bleak note.
Can I maybe make a comment on it? I think we talked a wee bit earlier in the day about member representation, and I think this is another point as to where member representation is so important, is because those issues about taking on board what's important to members, how members view the scheme, what members want their money invested in, is better represented by having either trade union nominees or member representation that engages directly with them. And there are exceptions to that, but I have to say that's, you know, I think members are better represented through that process. I think there maybe is a question about what we do as a movement to make sure that our nominated trustees are supported as best they can. You know, the various, you know, the actuaries that we use, how they can support the trustees that we nominate onto schemes. There's probably a piece of work that we can do around that. In order to give those trustees more confidence that even if the guidance is not as robust as what we want it to be, that there is still flexibility within it and there's still arguments that they can make. And I mean, we have health and safety legislation that sets minimums, but we negotiate better. And you know, we can also take that view in relation if we don't get what we need out of this process. We can still negotiate better, but it is about supporting and educating and training and those people who are there to make the arguments for us.
Thanks, Louis. I think that member representation point really makes a lot of sense as well, because we're talking about things that have, you know, an upfront cost, like investing in stewardship, whereas the returns are in the future, or the returns will kind of go to everyone even if you didn't invest in that upfront cost. That feels like the kind of thing that to wrestle with making that judgment on that feels like a trustee with skin in the game and understanding the membership is in the position to make that judgment and to be able to justify that upfront investment. I don't know if, as a professional trustee, Natalie, you would agree with that, or?
I like having member-nominated trustees around my board table, and I don't in all my schemes that I look after. Some of them are corporate sole trustee, and some of them are fully professional boards. But I don't think that just because you've got a member nominated, that's really going to shift the way a board thinks. Actually, on one of my schemes, it's a member nominated that got up and threatened to resign if we pursued a sustainability strategy. And I think these are complex and technical issues, and sometimes the member nominated ends up quite quiet because they feel a bit overwhelmed by it all.
I'll maybe quote Stuart on that. That person's clearly insane. It is an issue. I mean, look, and that's why I'm saying I think that there needs to be ongoing engagement, there needs to be support, there needs to be engagement with those individuals. And then if the member representative is not representing the members, then that's something that you have to consider as part of that as well. But it is, I think it's something that we can do more on. There will be exceptions to various processes, but I think there's more that we can do to try and support our member representatives.
As we covered in the report we launched earlier on today, there's quite a challenge for schemes and for trustee chairs to make sure that member of the trustees can engage in those kind of conversations, I think, because they do add a lot. But we should possibly move to some questions from the audience now.
Sorry, can I just add a couple
yes.
of points on sorry, just in relation to the statutory guidance and how that's really helpful. So, for example, so the intention is for the statutory guidance to be helpful to trustees to, to make things clearer. But it can also be made stronger. So, for example, with financially material risks, the guidance should be phrased as must or should rather than just may. And then there should be consequences for not complying with the statutory guidance. And we can build on the experience of things like TCFD, where there were requirements or, strong steers in that guidance where pension schemes haven't always taken the necessary action. So we can learn from the lessons of previous statutory guidance and make this really effective and enforceable and making a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's me being optimistic.
Let's now take some questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Andy Kilmartin. I'm from Unison. While I welcome your work towards supporting environmental companies and actions and stuff, a big issue for members at the moment is the money from the pension funds invested in American arms company, which are feeding the arms for the genocide in Gaza, the kidnap of an elected president in Venezuela, and the illegal war that's going on at the moment. But it's like, are you putting profits before people? Is profit more important? You got to remember, people are making decisions not to support parties because of the lack of support of the Palestinian people, for example. If you're investing money in a company that doesn't recognize international law, is it profit before people? And one last thing is, if you're asking government for judicial guidance or on what you can and can't, you've got to be careful there, because I support the government, this government, but they are trying to demonstrating against the genocide in Palestine illegal. It's illegal to call it, they're trying to make it illegal to call it genocide because it's anti-Semitic. The Palestinian people are a Semitic people. So it's like, you've got to be careful. Thank you.
Okay, we'll answer that question, and then we hear from Nigel next over there in the grey shirt, Helen, at the end of that row. But do you want to take on that, having tried to influence schemes to take a view on?
It's difficult. I mean, we had a significant amount of engagement with USS. My process to that was to start off with the moral arguments about why you wouldn't invest in companies that were supporting the genocide. That didn't really cut any mustard. I then made some legal arguments about the decisions being made in the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Courts. That didn't really cut any mustard either. We then made some financial arguments about the state of the economy within Israel, the amount of money that was being spent on the war, the amount of money that would have to be spent after the war. That had more, when we talked about money, there was a bit more of a response to that. And the upshot of that process was, to be fair on USS, was that they disposed, they don't like the word divest, but they disposed of £80 million worth of Israeli government bonds, and that was reported in the Financial Times in August 2024. Now, the difficulty was, in relation to engagement with us, was that the latter was pulled up after that. They wouldn't engage with us. I was also engaging with them on one particular investment they have with the bank in Israel, and that stopped. And they won't engage with the union on those matters directly in release. They won't talk about individual investments. They won't talk about investments in relation to certain areas. I understand why, because it's very uncomfortable for them to do that. The responses, as I said earlier, have been they act in the best financial interests of members. It is not illegal. We tried to use the comparison about, I think it was 8 days or 9 days they decided they were going to divest from Russian investments when Russia invaded Ukraine. That decision was made without that being brought to the trustee board, because the chief executive of the investment company said that he was confident the board would agree with him, but yet they still invest in relation to Palestine. And the response generally, when I use that example, is yeah, there was sanctions on Russia, there's no sanctions on Israel. And that's really the only difference in relation to the argument that has been placed with us. Now that's about engagement with us. The trustee board may be having a very different conversation. That's the engagement that's been happening with the union. And it's incredibly frustrating, to your point, that they continue to invest in companies that have been reported. They don't buy into the occupation report. The reports had USS listed, I think, as the 96th company, or in relation to the value of investments in Israel. So it was in the top 100, the wrong top 100, as far as we're concerned. It was in the top 100. So there are significant issues, and that's just for that one pension scheme. There's a lot of information out there in relation to the value that pension schemes have in relation to the occupation in Palestine. But unfortunately, it's one of the frustrations around fiduciary duty is the engagement that we have had. That has been the defence. We're acting within our fiduciary duty. It's the best financial interests. We'll continue to do it. There's no sanctions. And that's a very simplified explanation of the engagement that we have had, but that's not too far off the mark.
Thanks, Julie. I think the second half of the question was kind of the government is legislating to give itself a power. How do we future-proof that against possible future governments abusing that power? Is there a good answer to that from this end of the panel?
Yes, there is. Not to give the government not to take too broad a power. I think that's the concern. We're very concerned at the moment that trustees should have guidance on taking some of these wider system level considerations and things like that into account. I'll come back to some of the other points in a moment, but it's no point having a legislative power for the government to issue whatever guidance it likes on how trustees invest, because that could clearly be abused by this government, future government, whatever. So we're advocating very strongly for any statutory power to issue guidance to be quite tightly drawn, to be clear on what that guidance is supposed to be all about. Just touching on the first sort of part of the question around the legal difficulties around sort of investment decisions. I could talk for hours on this. I'll try really hard not to. But I think the point that we all wrestle with is the law is quite restrictive on the extent to which trustees can take account of member views. There's some case law, but it's ancient and it doesn't work very well. And as it's interpreted, you end up sort of having a debate about, well, do we need all of our members to agree unanimously on a particular course of action? And do we need proof positive that there'll be absolutely no detrimental financial implications of that decision? And that makes it's such a high bar that most trustees will tend not to use it. I think the LGPS has also wrestled with this in terms of some legal opinions it's obtained recently as well. So you're left with the point that's been made, which is trustees sort of fall back on, well, if it looks ethical, then it's kind of, there's nothing we can do about it, and we're sort of bound to pursue the financial best interests of our members and not, we're not allowed to think about these other factors which are clearly important. That's sort of some of the advice we've had to provide over the years. However, I'm going to just put something out there which is a real live example and perhaps a little bit more light-hearted than the gravity of the points that have been raised. But I had a CIO client once who was talking to me, and he said, and we're talking about fiduciary duties, he said, I had a phone call from my property manager who said, we've got this great investment opportunity, but I wanted to phone you first before I put it into the fund because it's a strip club. He said they're a great tenant. It's really, it's solid as an investment proposition, but I just didn't want to put it in the portfolio without speaking to you first. And the CIO said, do you mind if you don't put that in there? I can just see the newspaper headline, pensioners' money invested in strip clubs. Can we leave that one out? And the CIO, and the investment manager, property manager said, yeah, that's fine, don't worry. There's other things we can pick. And I do wonder sometimes when we torture ourselves on fiduciary duties, we have to invest in this thing. There's millions of things that pension schemes can invest in. And I do wonder whether we make life difficult for ourselves, and lawyers make life difficult for ourselves by saying, well, no, this is irrelevant, you must put that out of your mind and you must invest in it, when you could probably not invest in certain highly controversial areas and do just as well from a financial perspective and not have the headache of upsetting members or breaching international law or all these other things. So I'm just going to put that there. That's not legal advice. Please don't rely on it. But I think there is a real point there about being very hair-shirtish about fiduciary duties and requiring particular investment approaches.
I think that's easy enough when what you're excluding, you can argue, is not material, and there are lots of other investment opportunities, and quite commonly my schemes do exclude companies if they're sort of breaches of UN Global Compact, for example. But it becomes difficult when it gets to a discussion of, okay, we've now excluded Russia from our portfolio, but let's carry on that thinking, and should we take out China?
Yeah. It's not just one strip club, is it? It becomes probably...
No, I'd probably be okay excluding all strip clubs. I don't think it's a big opportunity set.
Let's try and move off that topic by last question.
Thank you. I wanted Nigel Cockgrove from the CWU. I just wanted to return back to the share action amendment and the detail of that. And I was interested that it pulls out the impact on standard of living as a separate issue from systematic problems. And I just wanted to understand that a bit more, because as I sit here and I've pondered on this in recent meetings, the impact of standard of livings could mean lots of different things to me. It could mean the impact on an individual member of an investment we're about to make. It could mean the impact on all members. Does it mean, and I'm thinking particularly in a DB context, benefit improvements? Does it mean the considerations of individual investments? Or does it just mean things that we're already doing around climate change? So for me, the phrase, I know we're trying to seek clarity and improve the understanding for trustees and their ability to do more than they can do at the moment. But a phrase like impact on standard of living in itself gives me 5 or 6 interpretations as I sit here, and I'm sure other people who are cleverer than me would think of different ones. So I'd like to understand from the panel, or share action in particular, what that is particularly aimed at, as opposed to systemic risks, which I tend to think more of in terms of biodiversity, net zero, all those kind of issues which we've debated long and hard over the last couple of decades. Thanks.
Absolutely. So I think I'll start and then pass to Stuart for legal wording. So the amendment as tabled looks at impacts, and it looks on impacts on standards of living too. So what we want to do is take a long-term view and look at people's lives and what will impact on their financial prosperity, and also on their standards of living will include things like, are we living in a livable world? Is there good housing? So there's all sorts of other factors. Are we still reliant on fossil fuels? And if there's a war, do petrol prices double? And so there's it's sort of in a way, maybe a sort of a way of doing a broader concept of financial returns and linking it to the standards of living of people in retirement and taking a longer-term view. There's some very interesting work that's been done by Cushion and Eversheds on standards of living. Cushion wanted to take this into account in their investment decision making. So they got a legal opinion by Eversheds to allow them to do so, because the law isn't completely clear on this point. And you know, they can do that, which is great, but it's a bit ridiculous to require 6,000 pension schemes to all spend a fortune to get their own legal opinions so that they can do this. It's another attempt to sort of clarify a relevant factor, or potentially relevant factor, for investment decision making. But I'll pass to Stuart for the actual phrasing of this.
But this is where this whole issue comes into sort of sharp focus, because if you have a pension fund that is, let's take a DC as opposed to DB, because it's easier. You've got a pension fund that is investing to provide a pot of money which the member can use to fund his or her retirement. That pot of money is going to be a finite size. The value of that pot in a world where inflation is rampant is quite different to the same monetary value in a much more stable world, or in a world where there is a severe lack of housing and living costs are much, much higher. And that was what Cushion were trying to do, and I think very sensibly drew the line between standards of living, and they were quite precise in their terminology about what they meant by standards of living. They were calculating that as a thing that could be measured in financial terms, so inflation, cost of living, things like that, that could be attributed to money, and the pension is providing a monetary retirement saving pot. So you could draw the line between the two and say, well, just as the size of the pot is a financially material factor, so too is the world in which that pot of money can be spent. So very sensibly, they arrived at the conclusion that the standards of living of beneficiaries was a financially material factor, and therefore a relevant factor the trustees could take into account. That is all great. The difficulty is then demonstrating how your investment decision has actually had any effect on the standards of living for your members. And that's why we think legislative reform would help, because you can bridge that gap with legislation in a way that's very difficult to do when you're making sort of micro investment decisions. But yet none of this is easy in terms of definitions. I will agree with you on that.
Thank you for that, Stuart. I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap up for the panel now, because we are getting dangerously close to time for the whole conference, and I would just hand over to myself for a very quick 2-minute wrap-up for the whole conference, and then people will be released into the wild. So first of all, I just want to say thank you to lots and lots of people, partly because this is the first time we've run one of these conferences without the luxury of having an in-house events team and a conference centre. So the fact that it's all run quite smoothly has depended heavily on lots of colleagues giving up bits of their working day to come and help kind of steward people around, people making sure that the lunch and the refreshment breaks work smoothly. I think the only people that are in the room are Helen, Grady and Gabe at the back, who have been helping out and have made sure that the tech works, including our live streaming, and first ever time we've got captions, which seem to have worked well today. So thank you to all of those people. Could have a quick round of applause for everyone that's helped out. On a practical note, I've been asked to remind people that you have feedback forms. It would be great if you could fill them out and let us know what went well and what didn't. Slides from all of the sessions, together with a link to the recording of that live stream, will be sent round hopefully early tomorrow morning to everybody, if not shortly after that. Unfortunately, as revealed by the Minister to people who were here last year, we're in the process of selling this building, and one of the minor kind of consequences of that is that we don't currently have a liquor license, which means that we cannot do drinks after the conference. And colleagues were adamant that without the promise of a free glass of wine, no one would stay to chat about pensions, which, Yeah, it baffled me, but there you go. So I'm afraid once we wrap up, we've got no drinks reception afterwards. But I mean, I think I'm taking away from this day that there is lots and lots to talk about. There are lots and lots of challenges, and like some of the sessions I found really, really hopeful, like the local government pension scheme, gender pensions gap one, where there's unions and the scheme have had a kind of a package of reforms that they wanted to see enacted for a long time. We have a change of government, and relatively easily it can happen. And I find that incredibly encouraging. There are other areas like reforming fiduciary duty, like improving scheme governance, like influencing the pension schemes bill, where it's maybe a bit less of a clear-cut kind of job to be done. But I'm hopeful that we can start to kind of pull the government in a direction that will have an impact long-term of a pensions policy. And that's really quite encouraging. And finally, I just want to say a quick thank you to all of the speakers today, including our final panel. Can we have a quick round of applause to thank them and all of our other speakers? That's it.